When I was 14, I woke up one day in a soft, comfortable bed that wasn't mine. I slowly got up. Oh, my head was really hurting. I looked around the huge room and I had no idea how I'd gotten here. My eyes grew wide as I looked up at the walls flecked with gold and the heavy velvet curtains. One whole wall was taken up with a huge flat-screen TV. Where was I? All of a sudden, this old couple I'd never seen before came into the room, smiling at me. Who are you? Where are my parents? The woman said, "Don't be silly, Jihan. We are your parents." And she kept smiling at me like a lunatic. "What are you talking about? My name is Lisa, and I can't remember who my parents are, but I know that you aren't them." The old man started laughing. "Oh, what an imagination. Your name is Jihan Kanan. You're our daughter, and you live here in this house with us." I lay back on the crazy soft pillows. I was so confused and my heart was pounding. I looked for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket. Just then, this old white-haired doctor came into the room. "You must rest, Miss Kanan. You took quite a hit on the head when you fell off your horse." Horse? I'd never sat on one in my life. Just as I lay back to fall asleep again, I saw the doctor winking at the old couple before he left the room. Something strange was going on here, but I was too tired to work it out at that moment. "Hi, I'm Lisa from Turkey, and this is the crazy story of how losing my memory made me a wealthy billionaire." But before I continue, please click like and subscribe. The next morning, I left the bedroom and went down the grand staircase to the breakfast room. The house was like a palace. There was a maid in the room, and she actually curtsied and said, "Good morning, Miss Kanan." I started to wish that this was actually my life. I figured I might as well eat before I left, so I sat down to have some salmon and poached eggs with some freshly squeezed orange juice. If I had a breakfast fit for a princess every day, I think I would remember it. Once I was full, I started to walk towards the huge front door. I had to get out of this house of weirdness and figure out what had happened to me. Just then, a young guy came to me and said, "Hey, Jihan, where are you going?" This guy was so gorgeous. I basically swooned. He was smiling at me, and for a second, I almost thought about staying. But then I remembered that I wasn't Jihan, so I pushed him out of the way and went out the front door. The garden was the size of a football field. I started to run towards the massive gates at the end of the drive, still wearing the silk pajamas I'd woken up in. I could hear that boy shouting behind me, "Come back, Jihan!" But I kept running. Just then, I heard the roar of an engine. My dad was coming down the driveway towards me. "Please, Jihan, come back inside. You're not well." I had no choice. I walked back to the house and pushed the door open. With its solid gold door handle, the woman said, "You've taken quite a bump to the head, Jihan, so it's normal that your memory will be affected. I'm your mother, Mrs. Kanan, and this is your father, Mr. Kanan." He smiled. "This is our home, and yours too. As you can see, we are quite comfortable." That obviously meant that they were billionaires. Maybe this wasn't the worst thing to have happened to me. The hot boy said, "And I'm Oliver. I'm your cousin, just visiting from Switzerland. I'm going to help you until your memory comes back, okay?" He smiled, and I melted. They all seemed really nice, actually, even if they were weird. I mean, who cares? They were rich, and I didn't even know where else to go. Over the next few weeks, I slowly began to accept my new life. My name was Jihan, and I was now one of the elite. I was driven to school in a fancy limousine with 2 personal bodyguards. Turns out, Jihan was really popular at her school. The boys would fight over getting me food at lunch and asking me out on dates. The girls obviously saw me as the leader of the pack and were always getting me gifts. I loved all my teachers here and was acing all my exams. I even went abroad for an international math competition and brought the trophy home. My hair was colored by a celebrity hairstylist twice a month, and a makeup artist was part of the team that got me ready for school every day. I had a wardrobe full of designer clothes and shoes. The maids and the butler brought me snacks whenever I wanted, and my personal trainer kept me in shape. I didn't remember what dreams I had before, but this was the life of any girl's dreams. The mansion was a really bizarre place, though. Every other day, I'd lose my way and stumble into a strange new room. Once I walked into a room where a bunch of women were weaving yarn on spinning wheels. When I asked them who they were, they only looked at me and smiled. I ran off feeling rather creeped out. I could go anywhere in the mansion, except the last room in the west wing. I'd been told it was off limits, but my curiosity got the better of me one day. and I sneaked into it when no one was around. I looked around the huge room and felt a shiver go down my spine. It looked like an abandoned nursery. There was a wall covered entirely with a faded painting of baby cupids flying in the clouds. On a huge bookshelf were lots of stuffed animals and a collection of dolls. In one corner, there was a crib that looked like it had been recently polished. I picked up the pink blanket lying in it. Who did these belong to? "You're not supposed to be here." I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Mrs. Kanan standing in the doorway with a strange smile on her face. I quickly mumbled that I'd lost my way and walked out. As she locked the door, I could feel her eyes following me. These people were definitely weirdos. I was riding my horse one day with Oliver when a man I'd never seen before approached the stables. I could hear him arguing with Oliver, and I rode my horse closer to hear what they were saying. The man was shouting, "I have to see her. You can't stop me." When I got closer, I could see the man was about 50 and looked half crazy with his torn clothes and bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he spotted me and started staggering in my direction. "There you are. I know what you're doing. You're not getting away with this. Get away from here, or I'll call the police." Oliver pushed the man away roughly, but he wouldn't leave. When some guards started to approach him, the man turned and started to walk away, but he kept looking back at me for a while. When I asked Oliver who that man was, he said it was just some crazy homeless person. He pulled on the reins of my horse and we started to ride away. A year or so had passed of my amazing life as Jihan. One day when I walked into the living room, I found my parents talking to each other in low voices. They stopped the minute I entered the room. "There you are, Jihan. We were just discussing that we want to move you to an elite private school, which will get you on track for going to the right university." I was really happy to hear it. And the best part was, Oliver was coming too. He was officially my best friend by now. The weird part was, they added 2 new bodyguards. I literally had my own entourage now. Oliver explained that if people realized I was related to the Kanans, someone might kidnap me for ransom. I shrugged. I always thought they were way too paranoid and weird about my security. I hit it off with everyone pretty quickly at my new school. The boys were swarming as usual, but I had my sights set instantly on a particular cutie, Ben. I was busy daydreaming of my first date with Ben when the teacher walked into the classroom with a new girl and introduced her as Brittany. She looked around and smiled at everyone, and suddenly our eyes met, and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. All the color just drained from her face. She stared at me for a few seconds before she walked to her seat in a daze. I could feel her glancing at me through the lesson. I wondered why she was acting so weird. During recess, I walked over to her and said, "Hi, I'm Jihan. I'm also kind of new around here. Want to come sit at my table?" She looked at me strangely, but after a few seconds, she smiled and said she'd love to. Brittany and I became friends pretty quickly. I found out that she was from a poor family and had made her way to this school on a scholarship. She'd often ask me about my family and would look at me in wonder as I told her about my life. I pretty much had everything she didn't. I decided to take Brittany under my wing. "You're so pretty, Britt. I'm gonna let my team do their magic on you. And I know just the place to get you a cute new wardrobe." I took Brittany to my favorite designer stores. As she was trying clothes on, I had to admit, she looked really good. As we were leaving the mall, I saw Ben from school walking towards us. I quickly stepped in front of Brittany to hide her from his view and said hi to him with a big smile. But he just said, "Can you move aside, Jihan? I came over to say hello to Brittany." His face looked like a heart emoji while he was talking to her, and I felt furious. The next day at school, I could tell how everyone was noticing Brittany a lot more than usual. Normally, when I walked in with my outfit of the day, I had girls oohing and eyeing over me, but today they were all over Brittany, telling her what good taste she had. She just smiled and accepted all the compliments. Like, "Hello, I handpicked that dress for you." At school a week later, we got a math test back. The teacher handed me my paper and said, "Brilliant work as usual, Jihan." But then he handed Brittany her paper and said, "And even better work from you, Brittany. Top of the class." I tried to look like I didn't care, but I felt like I'd been slapped. Was Brittany actually smarter than me? Ugh. I felt so mad at her. At lunch, I decided not to sit with her, but then I noticed that a lot of my friends were going over to her table, and if Ben was any closer to her, he'd be sitting in her lap. As I went through my phone, I saw a selfie she'd just put up with Ben 2 minutes ago, and it already had 300 likes. Seriously? Was she an influencer now? Just then, Oliver came and sat at my table, laughing. "Man, that Brittany sure is funny. Oh, guess this riddle she just told me. 10 fat ladies tried to fit under a small umbrella, but none of them got wet. How did they do it?" Ugh, I don't care. It wasn't raining. And he burst out laughing while I rolled my eyes. That wasn't even funny. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for this witch. I really needed to put Brittany in her place, and I knew just where to do it. The tennis court. All those private lessons from Serena Williams' coach were about to pay off. I playfully challenged Brittany to a one-on-one game, and she instantly agreed. Half the school had gathered to watch us play. I knew she played tennis, but I had no idea she was this good. She was giving me a really hard time out there, but I had the lead. I smirked at her across the court as the crowd cheered for me. She served the next ball so viciously, I couldn't even react as it headed for me at bullet speed. It hit me straight in the forehead, and I flew in the air and fell backwards. My head hit the ground, and everything went black. When I came around, the coach and a bunch of people were gathered around me, looking anxiously. I spotted Brittany's worried face, and suddenly it felt like a switch had been turned on in my head. I suddenly knew exactly who I was, and I also knew exactly who Brittany was. The competitive little witch. I drifted off to unconsciousness again. Later that night, as the Canaans flew about here and there to get me food and make me comfortable, I couldn't help smiling to myself. I'd finally figured everything out, but I wasn't letting them in on my secret. Not yet. The next day at school, Brittany ran over to me, looking really sorry. "Listen, Jihan, I never meant to actually hurt you," but I simply ignored her and walked away. I kept ignoring her every day for the next 2 weeks. Then one day, she stopped me in the hallway. "What's going on?" "Listen, you creep, I know you, and I know what you're doing." You got your memory back?" "Yeah, and there's no way I'm coming to live with you and your crazy family. I'm staying with the wealthy old couple." "Listen, I know the Canaans have many connections, but you know I have a way to ruin you and them, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you want?" "I want to live with the Canaans. You need to convince them to keep me." "I swear, Lisa, you'll regret it if you don't." A few days later, Brittany moved in. It wasn't hard to convince my parents. They agreed immediately. The Canaans gave her the bedroom next to mine. I was so angry to have her with us. After putting up with her snooty behavior both at school and home for the next few weeks, I'd had enough. I wasn't going to let her hold anything over me, even if it might cost me my perfect life. I went to see my biological mother to tell her everything the Canaans have been doing. The house was old and dirty, even worse than what I remembered. The door was already opened, and I entered to see my mom asleep on the couch. "Mom, it's Lisa, your daughter." Half asleep, Mom mumbled, "Yeah, what do you want?" "Mom, I'm back." Mom got up lazily and looked at me like nothing had happened. "You're not supposed to be here. I sent your sister to you. Enjoy her company. Now leave and shut the door behind you." I was super shocked. She gave me away? What was going on? I decided to ask the Canaans about all this. When I reached home, I found everyone celebrating Brittany's birthday. They were having the biggest party ever, and all the important and wealthy people were there. They didn't even think about letting me know. I spotted Brittany, and she was all over Oliver. She was hugging him and touching his face. I took her aside furiously. "Stay away from him. He's mine." "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "Listen, I don't know what you and Mom are up to. I went to our old house and she kicked me out." "Oh yeah, she gave you away to the Canaans when you lost your memory. Dad left and she was poor. She had to give away her least favorite child, and that's you." I yelled at everyone to stop this stupid party. The Canaans looked terrified and asked everyone to leave. When the guests were leaving, I heard a familiar voice. As the crowd parted, I saw Mom. "Oh, I invited her." Mom entered, glaring furiously at the Canaans. "Where's my money, you thieves?" "Let's just discuss this privately. I don't give you my daughters for free. It's not my fault that you can't have children. You want children? You pay to have them." "Okay, so Mom gave me away to get money from them?" "Mom, it's okay that they're late to pay this month. I spent a lot of their money recently. Be a little patient, Mom." "A monthly payment? What on earth is going on?" Suddenly we heard a loud noise, and a huge old man entered the room with our bodyguards trying to stop him. He smelled so bad, and then I saw his face. It was the man who had come years ago when Oliver and I were riding our horses. I remember exactly who he was now. He was my dad. Mom looked shocked and furious to see him. "What on earth are you doing here?" Dad glared at her. "Oh, you thought I wouldn't find out what you've been up to? If you're making money off our daughters, I want my share." Mrs. Canaan turned to me with tears in her eyes. "Can't you see how crazy your parents are? We're sorry we lied to you, but we really love you and we can give you everything you truly deserve." Looking at my own parents and then at the Canaans, I made a decision. "I want you to legally adopt me and Brittany. These people don't deserve to have us, and you don't have to pay them another lira ever again." Brittany looked ecstatic, and the Canaans hugged us both in delight as the guards carried away our screaming parents. Brittany and I improved our relationship and became closer. We both graduated from the best colleges in the country. Today, 8 years later, we are celebrating Brittany's wedding. And no, our biological parents weren't invited.
Your joggers are green and your waistline thick. Sometimes your food makes me sick. I love you a little more in every way. Because you're my mother, happy Mother's Day. When I was finished with my poem, there was complete silence, and suddenly my sister Eva burst into laughter. What a dumb poem. I looked at Mom and my eyes welled with tears. Then Mom stood up and applauded.
Bravo, bravo. Oh, sweetheart, that was the best poem ever.
Hey, my name's Tanya, and if you want to hear about the biggest sibling rivalry of the century, keep watching. My sister Eva and I were born to a mother who was a world-renowned author, known for her amazing stories. But our dad was a struggling dancer, and a pretty bad one at that. Luckily, I took after Mom and loved writing. I dreamt of publishing my stories one day like Mom, so I'd spend hours in my room creating the most amazing stories ever. The snake slithered in the dark cave. As the salty sea breeze kissed Captain Silver on his cheek. But Eva took after Dad and wanted to be a world-famous dancer. Heck, she wanted everyone in the family to be a dancer. Tanya, you should give up writing and become a dancer. You'll never make it as a writer with that lisp. You see, I had a lisp, and because of it, my S's and Z's sound like th. At school, kids teased me about it, and I didn't have any friends. This obviously meant I was super shy and avoided talking to people. Eva, on the other hand, was super popular with tons of friends who were always ready to see her newest dance moves, no matter how crazy they were. Growing up, even though Eva teased me about my lisp, we were pretty good friends. But then, everything changed. When Eva and I turned 13, our parents started fighting like crazy. They were always arguing over bills and couldn't even stand to be in the same room with each other. A few months later, Dad left and we never saw him again.
Good riddance to you and your poverty.
Eva and I were devastated, but after Dad left, Mom changed. She hated each and everything about Dad, so she tried to steer Eva away from dancing.
Eva, dancing is dumb.
But I'm good at it, Mom.
Honey, I've seen you trip over your own 2 feet more times than I can count.
Then I'll stumble my way to the stars. When Mom realized she was talking to a brick wall, she turned all her attention to me.
Tanya, another A in creative writing? Let's celebrate.
She ignored Eva completely, no matter how much Eva tried to win her over. Mom, I won the talent show at school today with my dancing skills. It didn't matter what Eva accomplished. Mom never praised her, and Eva began to hate me for hogging Mom's attention and tried to make me look bad in front of her. About a week after our 15th birthday, Mom hosted a small gathering and asked me to make caramelized apples for the guests. I was super excited, and the apples smelled amazing. But when the guests tasted the apples, they almost puked.
These are disgusting! Is that dish soap?
Yep, sure enough, my sister switched my caramelized apples with apples covered in dish soap. Another time, Mom invited her writing friends over, and while I was in the middle of reading my stories, Eva walked in with a radio in her hand, blaring hip-hop music. She twirled, leaped, and swayed to the rhythm. For a second, everyone was impressed. But then, disaster struck as Eva tried to execute a dramatic spin. Her foot accidentally connected with the edge of the table, sending the fishbowl flying, and poor Benny landed in Mom's editor's mouth. Mom was furious.
Eva, no more dancing ever.
You have no right to take dancing away from me.
I'm your mother, and what I say goes.
I hate you. That night, Mom removed every device that could play music in the house. Eva looked ready to explode. The next day was Saturday, and I woke up to the worst screeching sound coming from Eva's room. When I got to Eva's room, she was huffing and puffing with wild enthusiasm into a harmonica. Eva, you sound like you're strangling cats. Since I can't dance, I'm starting our school's first harmonica club. Eva smirked devilishly as she blew once more into the harmonica. She was so annoying. I returned to my bedroom and tried to block out the noise, but then neighborhood dogs began to howl in unison. Oh God, make it stop. I decided that I needed to get out of the house if I was going to get any peace and quiet. Angrily, I gathered my books and ran out to the park. As I was walking past the pond in the park, someone screamed,
"Look out!"
But before I could react, someone crashed into me, sending us tumbling into the pond. I sputtered and stood up utterly drenched. No! My precious stories were now a pile of soggy pages soaked beyond recognition.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop.
I was so furious and devastated that I could power a rocket to Mars with the steam coming out of my ears. It's not your fault. It's my sister's. Her and her stupid harmonica. I marched home with a thunderous fury in my steps, each one echoing my building frustration. As I prepared to confront Eva, I burst through the front door, and there Eva was, sitting in the living room. I threw my ruined stories at her. Because of you, my stories are ruined. With a rush of adrenaline, I lunged at Eva, and the living room became a war zone. A few minutes later, Mom walked through the front door and pulled us apart.
Why are you girls fighting?
I quickly explained what happened to Mom, while Eva fumed on the other side of her. Everything I worked so hard on is now gone. And how is that my fault, Tanya? If you weren't playing that stupid harmonica, I wouldn't have had to leave the house.
Eva, you're grounded. Go to your room, now.
Eva glared at us and then stormed off.
Don't worry, Tanya. Together, we'll create more stories from that big, beautiful brain of yours.
Over the next few days, Mom and I spent hours huddled together, weaving new stories to replace the ones that were lost. Our collaboration was nothing short of magical. About a month later, I had completed 20 incredible short stories which Mom took to her publisher. And guess what? He loved it! With Mom's help, I had just accomplished my first major writing achievement. Eek! I can't believe I'm about to become a published author!
Congratulations, Tanya. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Mom. I couldn't do it without you. News about my first book spread through the school like wildfire, and it wasn't long before I became more popular than Eva. Over the next year, with the help of specialists, my lisp improved, and I published 2 more books. The more famous I got, the more rebellious Eva got. She'd come home late, started skipping school, and hung out with the wrong crowd. One afternoon while at the mall, I even caught her trying to shoplift. Eva, what are you doing? What I'm doing is none of your business, Tanya. It is my business because you're my sister and I care about you. You care about me so much that not once have you stood up for me since Mom banned me from dancing. A wave of guilt washed over me. Eva was right. I was so caught up following my dream, while her dreams remained out of reach. Eva, maybe we can talk to Mom together. Eva's eyes darkened and she leaned close, our faces inches apart. No need, because soon you'll realize that dreams don't last forever. Eva brushed past me and left the store. On my way home, my mind was still reeling from my encounter with Eva, so I decided that a few donuts would help brighten my mood. Much to my surprise, Pond Boy was behind the cash register. Hey, it's you. What are you doing here? Pond Boy flashed me a mischievous smile.
Gotta keep an eye on the coffee beans. They can be quite mischievous, always plotting to escape.
So, you're coffee bean security?
Just call me Captain Beanie.
In a much more serious tone, he added,
By the way, I'm Alex.
Tanya, after receiving my order, I sat at one of the tables. When Alex had finished his shift, he joined me. I told him about the 3 books I published with Mom's help, while he told me about his life.
I grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by a nice couple about a year ago.
I'm glad you finally have a family. A strange look crossed Alex's face, and he smiled.
So do I.
Alex was kind and smart and super easy to talk to. Over the next few weeks, when I wasn't at school or writing, I was hanging out with Alex. One afternoon, I invited Alex home to watch movies. I had gone into the kitchen to get snacks, and when I returned, Alex and Eva were laughing and talking as if they'd known each other for years. And sure enough, over the next 2 weeks, Alex was hanging out with Eva more than he was with me. I was furious. So, you're ditching me again to hang out with Eva?
Tanya, she's your sister. I don't see what the problem is.
I couldn't help but feel jealous. Alex was supposed to be my friend, not Eva's. I decided to confront him about it at the cafe. When I got there, he was deep in thought as he stared at a picture that he was holding. I snuck behind him to glance at the picture, and I gasped when I realized that it was a picture of Eva. Are you stalking my sister? You creep! Startled, Alex fumbled with the picture and shoved it into his pocket.
It's nothing like that, Tanya. Please, keep your voice down.
You want me to keep my voice down? You befriended me to get to my sister, didn't you?
I did, but it's not what you think.
Then explain it to me. What Alex said next turned my world upside down.
Ava is my sister.
I looked at Alex and began laughing hysterically. Am I being pranked? Do you have hidden cameras in here? Alex shook his head, and I saw the sadness in his eyes. What? Are you serious? It has to be a mistake.
One day, the orphanage director asked me to bring out some files from his office, and I accidentally dropped them. I noticed my mother's name and a picture of her. Out of curiosity, I opened the file and saw that Mom had a twin birth. So I jotted down the name of the person who adopted my sister and traced it back to your family.
I was stunned and hurt. Why would Mom Mom keeps something like this a secret for 17 years. I understood why Alex ditched me. He wanted to spend time getting to know his sister. I knew I had to do something. You're coming with me. Before he could say no, I grabbed his hand and dragged him out of the cafe all the way home. Mom? Eva? Where are you? Mom came out from the kitchen, but Eva was nowhere to be seen. When were you going to tell Eva that she was adopted? A look of horror appeared on Mom's face.
Who told you that?
It doesn't matter. Mom, is it true? Is Eva adopted? Mom sank into the sofa.
Yes, it's true. Eva is adopted.
We heard a gasp, and we all looked up to see Eva frozen at the top of the stairs, her eyes as wide as saucers. She turned around and bolted to her room, and I ran after her. Just as she was about to slam her door on me, I rammed the door with my shoulder hard, sending the both of us flying into the room. Mom and Alex rushed into the room, and Mom knelt by my side.
Tanya, are you okay?
Mom, I'm fine. Eva needs you. Why didn't you tell us? I looked across at Eva, who was staring out of the window. Her shoulders shook slightly, and I knew she was crying. Mom went over to her while Alex helped me to my feet. Mom tried to touch Eva's shoulders, but she shrugged Mom off. Is this why you never liked me? Because you're not my mother?
Eva, you are my daughter, and I love you. Around the time Tanya was born, we visited the orphanage for a charity run, and we fell in love with you, so we brought you home.
Eva turned to face Mom, her mascara mingled with tears running down her cheeks. What type of love makes you rip my dreams and toss them into the garbage? Mom was in tears.
Eva, loving something and being able to make it into a career are two different things. I love to sing, but I sound like a frog with a tuba stuck in my throat.
And I love to play the harmonica, but I'm not very good at it.
Oh, OMG, you guys really are siblings. The worst harmonic duo in history. A small smile curved onto Eva's lips.
As your mother, it's my job to tell you the truth. Maybe together we can think about what you're really good at and take it from there.
But you should have told me.
I'm sorry I didn't. Can you forgive me?
I think so, but I need time to process it all. Now that you guys have made up, Mom, do you mind taking me to the hospital?
Over the next few months, Eva and I grew closer,
And I was happy to see Mom and Eva spending more time together. Alex and his parents came to dinner once a week, but Alex was always hanging out at our house. I didn't lose a sister. I gained a brother, an aunt, and an uncle. Once Eva and I graduated from high school, I went to college and Eva started her harmonica band. Just kidding. Eva didn't know what she wanted to do yet, so she got a job at the cafe, and Alex and Mom supported her. And after 2 years, Alex and Eva decided to open their own cafe, and Eva went to college to get a degree in business. No family is perfect, but a supportive family is everything. Hi, I'm Sasha from Los Angeles, and my mom is my best friend in the world. But we weren't always so close. In fact, we'd have the most epic fights every day. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom grew up in Louisiana near the bayou, and she was always a little weird. Her best friends were animals, and she had a thick southern accent, and she'd say the strangest things. It's hotter than a goat's butt in a pepper patch. But everyone was nice to her because she came from the wealthiest family in town. She met my dad in high school. They fell in love, got married, and had me. But when I turned 5, Dad begged Mom to move to California. A couple of weeks after we moved into our new house, I started to notice Mom acting strange. Late at night, she'd march up and down the sidewalk, glare up at the windows, and sneak into Dad's study. One day, I asked Mom all about it. Oh, honey, that didn't happen. It was just your imagination. Nuh-uh, you did it every night this week. Then Mom gave me the strangest look. And that night, I heard Mom and Dad arguing, and a couple of days later, Dad moved out. After Dad left, Mom tried to make me happy, but she only made things worse. On my 10th birthday, she threw me a huge party in our backyard with dozens of kids from school and their parents. But when my mom opened her mouth, it was a disaster. Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit. Excuse me, what? I'm as happy as a tick on a dog. All the kids laughed at my mom. Even their parents thought she was a joke. I got so mad, I sprayed them all with the water hose. They ran away screaming. But to my surprise, instead of thanking me, Mom grounded me for a week. As the years passed, I started to notice that Mom was way too nice. When I was in middle school, Mom inherited millions of dollars. She donated a ton of it to several hospitals, and Mom's name was in all the newspapers. Next day, strangers started coming to our house to ask her for money for their fake charities and stupid businesses. We have to save the toothpicks. Teeth are suffering all around the world. Imagine a plate that could talk to you, then walk into the kitchen and clean itself. Dinner would never be the same. Mom just couldn't tell them no. But the moment they left, they'd call Mom an idiot and spend the money on expensive clothes and fancy cars. Of course, I didn't let them get away with it. I snuck into Mom's office and found all their addresses. Then, I'd toilet paper their house, leave poop on their doorstep, slash their tires, and leave notes demanding that they give Mom her money back or else. It was exhausting protecting Mom all the time, and I swear she never learned. We'd argue for hours about her ridiculous habits, but she refused to change. Dad was worried about Mom too, so he started to come around more. It felt really good having him back in my life. He was the best dad in the world. He took me to the movies, shopping sprees at the mall, and he even let me plan a special vacation to Las Vegas for the two of us when Mom was out of town. I was so excited. I used Mom's credit card to book a fancy room at a luxury casino with the finest restaurants on the planet.
Nothing but the best for my daughter.
We'd just stepped into the airport when Mom showed up and ruined everything. She canceled the trip and dragged me back home. A week later, I called Dad to apologize for Mom's behavior.
Your mom's crazy. I can't stand her anymore.
Can we hang out this weekend?
Sorry, I'm busy. Maybe another time.
I kept calling, trying to make plans with Dad, but he always made up some excuse, and when he didn't call me for my 15th birthday, I was devastated. Mom caught me crying in my room. The next day, she told me someone special was here to see me. I raced down the stairs. I just knew it was Dad, but instead, it was a huge pig named Sam, and she said he'd be my new best friend. Sam followed me around the house. He ate my homework and pooped everywhere, but after a while, I learned to love him. We took long walks in the neighborhood every day. As you can imagine, everyone in town thought I was a crazy psycho, except for my neighbor Josh.
Wow, cool. Is that a pig?
No, Sherlock, he's a unicorn.
Can I pet him?
No. For weeks, every time Josh saw me walking Sam, he'd run up and try to talk to me. One time, he even bought me an ice cream cone.
It's hot. I was thinking that you'd want one. I wasn't sure if you wanted a cone or a cup. Oh no, it's melting. Oh, now your fingers are all sticky.
I'm fine. It's no big deal.
I'm so sorry. That wasn't smart. I can do better, I promise. Hold on, I'll run and get you a cup.
Another time, Josh bought me a hat, a popsicle, a sandwich, a whole pizza, and a t-shirt with our faces on it. Even though he was annoying and talked about the most random things, I started to enjoy his company and developed the tiniest crush. I even let him pet Sam.
Can I really?
Sure, but be careful. He's kinda shy. Josh rubbed Sam's head. Sam got mad and chased him into the bushes. Josh scraped his knee and started crying like a baby. Mom saw the whole thing and invited Josh inside. And as usual, she embarrassed me.
Now aren't you as cute as a button? No wonder Sasha's been happy as a clam at high tide.
Josh was totally confused. Mom,
I'm just being honest, honey. You two go together like peas and carrots. Stop acting like a bump on a log. Ain't no secret that you got the hots for that boy.
I was mortified. I wanted to fold myself into an envelope and mail myself to Siberia. Luckily, Mom finally left the room. Then Josh started smiling like a demented clown. Why are you looking at me like that?
I've got a crush on you too.
Soon, Josh and I started dating, but when his parents found out, they weren't very happy. It didn't help that my mom caught Josh's mom making fun of her at the grocery store.
That woman has no class. Her clothes are a disaster, and that daughter of hers is a menace.
Mom marched up to Josh's mom and started screaming like a maniac.
Hold your horses, honey.
If you keep talking about my daughter like that, I'm gonna slap you silly.
Oh, what's that you say?
I can't understand you. Maybe you should learn some proper English. Josh's mom shoved past Mom and started laughing with her friends. Mom grabbed a pie and smashed it in Josh's mom's face. Josh's mom grabbed a cantaloupe and threw it at Mom's head. Then the two of them started fighting like wrestlers in a cage match. Josh tried to break it up, but accidentally got hit in the eye by someone's elbow. Then a couple of security guards showed up and dragged them out the door. The police showed up and gave them both a warning. That night, Josh sent me the worst text ever. It said, "Hi, I can't be your boyfriend anymore. Sorry." I called Josh a dozen times, but he didn't answer. I went to his house, and his mother sent me away. I was heartbroken. Mom tried to comfort me, but it didn't help. The truth was that my mom was ruining my life, and I started to really resent her. I wanted her to change, but I knew she never would. But things started looking up in the fall. I was accepted to a fancy private school across town, and since no one knew me, it was the perfect time to reinvent myself. I changed my hair, bought new clothes, and practiced being cool in the mirror. When school started, the most amazing thing happened. The popular girls loved me. I landed a spot on the cheerleading team, and the cutest boy in school asked me out. To my surprise, I saw Josh in the hallway. He was a new student like me. He tried to say hello, but I totally ignored him. I was way out of his league. Life was perfect until Mom messed up everything. I was hanging out with Lacey and the rest of the cheerleaders when Mom showed up at school to pick me up. Look at that lady. Is that a lizard on her shoulder? Oh, no way. Is she walking a pig? They started laughing at Mom, and I wanted to fit in, so I started laughing too. I know, right? She's so disgusting. I felt bad about it at first, but I couldn't go back to being a freak. I tried to steer my friends away, but Mom saw me and rushed over. Aren't y'all precious? Fine as a frog's hair split 4 ways. It's so nice to finally meet your friend, Sasha. Then the worst thing happened. Sam squealed and then pooped on Lacey's shoes. The entire ride home, I was raging mad. I didn't talk to Mom for the rest of the night. The next morning at school was the worst. Lacey and the other kids couldn't stop talking about Mom. Who was that crazy woman, and how did she know your name? I lied and told her that Mom was my maid, and she was too poor and crazy to live by herself, so she lived at my house, and my real parents owned a successful multinational business, and they traveled to a new country every week on their private jet. Too bad for you. That really stinks. I'd have fired her a long time ago. Yeah, I know. It's hard, but I've learned to live with it. Josh overheard me talking to Lacey and ambushed me at my locker 10 minutes later. What's wrong with you, Sasha? Why would you say those mean things about your mom? Why do you care? You broke up with me because of her. It wasn't like that. It's complicated. Just like your stupid face. My parents gave me an ultimatum. They said that if I kept dating you, then they wouldn't pay my school tuition, or give me an allowance, or buy me a car. Breaking up with you was the worst decision I ever made. I regret it every day, but I didn't think I had a choice. But now I know I was wrong. I think we can make this work, but even if we can't get back together, maybe we could at least be friends? I've got plenty of friends. I'm really worried about you. You shouldn't have to pretend to be someone you're not just to fit in with those jerks. At least those jerks didn't drop me when things got inconvenient. I stormed off. I couldn't believe that Josh had the nerve to judge me. As the days passed, I ignored Mom and spent all my free time with my new friends. Then I got a phone call from my dad. He asked me to meet him after school. Promise me you won't tell your mom. You must realize by now that she's crazy. I've been trying to contact you for years, but she refused to let me see you. I met Dad at a cafe, and we talked for hours. He told me about his fabulous new life as an artist and how he traveled the world and made tons of money, but I never remembered seeing any of his paintings. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. Then this strange man came in and Dad got really nervous. I love you, honey. I have to go, but I promise I'll make things up to you. Dad gave me a big hug and he left with the man. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 5 again, watching Dad leave. A typhoon of tears rolled down my cheeks. I was so angry that I'd missed out on having a dad for so many years because of Mom. By the time I got home, it was really late and Mom was upset with me. Honey, we need to talk. You don't walk Sam anymore. You hardly spend any time with me. And every time I try to talk to you, you're madder than a wet hen and tougher than a $2 steak. What does that even mean? You've been difficult and you used to be sweet as cherry pie. What's going on? It's you! You're weird and strange and everyone thinks you're a freak. You're embarrassing and you've been ruining my life since I was 5. Even Dad says you're crazy and I know you've been keeping him away from me. Mom looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. What are you talking about? Dad told me everything. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. He's an artist now and he's awesome. Your father is lying like a dog on a rug. I should have told you earlier, but your dad has some problems. He's a thief and a con artist, and he owes a lot of money to some really bad men. I didn't believe her. I couldn't. My dad was a good guy. She was the crazy one. I was so angry, I screamed. I couldn't stand being in the same room with her for another second. I turned and ran out the front door. Then, the craziest thing happened. This van rolled up and the scary man from the cafe jumped out. He grabbed me and tried to pull me into his car. Mom and Sam appeared out of nowhere. Let my daughter go, you low-down, dirty snake. Mom yanked me out of the man's arms and pushed me to safety. Mom and the man fought in the street. Mom slipped, hit her head on the curb, and fell unconscious. Sam bit the man on his butt, and the man ran away screaming. A couple of neighbors called the ambulance. When we got to the hospital, they rushed Mom into emergency surgery. The police told me that they'd caught the man trying to leave town. He and my dad hatched a plan to kidnap me and hold me for ransom. My dad even had an anonymous note on his computer that he was going to send to Mom demanding $2 million for my return. The police arrested them both and threw them in jail. I felt horrible. I couldn't stop crying. Then I turned to see Josh, and he gave me the biggest hug. This is all my fault. Mom tried to tell me the truth about Dad, but I didn't believe her.
You can't blame yourself, Sasha. We all make mistakes. I'm sure your mother knows that you love her. What matters is you're here for her now.
Then the most unexpected thing happened. Apparently, news of my mom's accident had spread, and dozens of people showed up in the waiting room. They told me stories about how Mom mentored them and changed their lives.
Your mother is the smartest woman I know.
She invested in my business when no one else would.
She taught us to be ourselves. Now, we've got the most popular album in the country.
I was amazed at how much of an impact Mom had on so many people.
I told you your mom was special.
Then the doctor came out and gave us the best news. The surgery was a success. Mom was released from the hospital a week later. When she came home, I was so happy. I hugged her as tight as I could.
Heavens to Betsy, what's gotten into you?
I'm just happy you're okay. I'm sorry about everything I said. I love you so much. I'm not ashamed of you, and I'm proud that you're my mother. I know you love me in your own way.
Well, that just stills my pickle.
I'm as happy as a clam at high tide.
What does that mean?
He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. The porch light's on, but no one's home.
Huh?
We're just kidding. You're the smartest kid I know. I pulled Josh close, and just as I was about to kiss him, Sam jumped between us and licked my face.
I never knew my father, but Mom and I were really close. We didn't need anyone else. We both loved to talk over a cup of hot chocolate in the morning and tell each other the most interesting things we read on the internet. Fact-checked, of course. See? This male model is walking on the ramp with heels. Guess what? Apparently high heels were originally for men. After that, we biked to school most mornings on Mom's way to work. One day, when we were in a little bit of a rush, Mom and I raced through a light just as it turned. I didn't pay attention to a car making left turn, crossing the intersection and nicking Mom's back tire, sending her flying off her bike while it sped away. Rage rushed through me and I threw rocks at the car before it sped away without looking back. Oh no! Mom! I'll call 911. We need to get you to the hospital.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Well, let's not wait for the ambulance. I can take you to the hospital right now.
And here I am, getting into the story without even introducing myself. Hi, I'm Aurora. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and now in Australia. Before I tell you the rest of the story, please like and subscribe. The man introduced himself to us as Carrie, and he was so kind that he checked on us every day for the week Mom was in the hospital. Once Mom came home on crutches, she tried to go back to work at the chocolate factory. But instead, they let her go. No job meant we were about to lose our tiny one-bedroom apartment too. We were struggling when, like a guardian angel, Carrie showed up at the door. He came to meet us as it was his last day in Pennsylvania, and when he heard about everything, he had an idea.
I have plenty of room, and I'd really like to help you and Aurora.
The next thing I knew, we packed and left everything I liked and moved with Carrie to Australia. He had an enormous mansion. I had my own bedroom and my very own study with an art corner. Carrie even hired Mom to be his office assistant, and we never had to cook or clean anything. The upstairs housekeeper made our beds, and the driver took me to school along with Carrie's twin nieces, Julie and Jackie. You'll have to sit in the boot, like the dog we never had. There's plenty of room in the back seat. It's a big SUV. We're not sitting next to you. Just because our uncle took you in does not mean we have to change our lives to make room for you either. So yeah, I sat in the back. Didn't try to make friends with their friends, and I kept to my passion, which is art. When I wasn't finding art to look at, I was drawing. That one guy, Lee, who looked like a rock star, had his locker right next to mine. And one day, I accidentally hit him with my locker door, giving him a start.
Watch it, loser. You almost tore my jacket.
Your wardrobe looks like you can take it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The door just swung open kind of fast.
Don't let it happen again, or you'll see how fast I can fight back.
He walked away, and I felt really weird. Like, was that a threat? Was he actually dangerous? Or just liked acting tough? He surprised me the next time we were both there at the same time, when he picked up a drawing that fell out of my notebook.
This looks like a cross between an old famous Degas and a cool Banksy. Way to mix decades together.
Wow, I'm surprised you know who these artists are.
Maybe you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
He did dress like a rebel, and I'd seen him drive a flashy scooter. Lee was one of the most popular boys in school and super handsome. But that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Well, when the book speaks in cliches, you don't expect much.
Touché, mademoiselle. I'll try to be more original. Maybe you should crack this book open to see more of the story.
Are you asking me out in a very roundabout way?
It sounds like you want me to, new girl. I could oblige, but I don't want to be late for class.
He walked backwards, keeping his eyes on me for a moment, and then turned and went ahead. That afternoon, our English literature teacher separated the class into two halves. My half of the room wrote our names on tiny slips of paper and dropped them in a hat. The other half of the room each picked one of our names. Julie and Jackie got each other, which seemed fitting.
I got Aurora. What do you know?
You can put it back and pick again. I don't mind. The class laughed, but the teacher said there were no swaps, and we found out that we had to act out a scene from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, this should be fun. I bet you want to do Romeo and Juliet.
No, why would I pick that when I could play someone who hates you?
I thought you didn't like cliches.
Obviously we should do. And then we both said it at the exact same time. Much ado about nothing.
A play where the world could be blowing up.
And people are more concerned with the petty, stupid stuff.
Shakespeare really is timeless.
Yeah, stupidity hasn't ended in hundreds of years. Isn't it always the handsome ones who are the worst? All the way home, I had to bear Julie and Jackie taunting me about Lee while I sat behind them in the car. Is that play where you get killed by the boy you're paired with? That's definitely the one you should do with Lee. You two are thinking of fairy tales. Maybe you should do Cinderella and see how that goes. I ignored the rest of their jabs. The next day, I was studying in the library when Lee came over, plopped his smelly shoes on my table, and gave me a weird look. I snapped. I picked up the heaviest book I could find and threw it right at his feet. Oh, sorry.
Ouch! Ouch!
I laughed as I walked away. He still followed me, then blocked my path with his arm.
Come to my place after school?
What? Are you nuts?
Don't we need to practice the play? My house is perfect for it.
And what? You've got blisters on your feet? Can't make it to my place instead?
Ugh, does your place have a library and a stash of theater props?
Not sure. But okay, I'll come over. But first, apologize for the locker incident, now.
And then it would be a yes. Promise.
Yes.
I'm sorry, beautiful.
Did you hear that? Or is it just me? Okay, apology accepted.
Anyway, I'm good at lying, but you promised me. So, see ya.
Ugh. He stormed off and I went to his house after school that day. Only his parents' house was an even bigger mansion than Carrie's, and the art on the walls was better than a museum collection. Originals of every artist I'd ever heard of. Wow. Wow. Wow! Lee sprayed his mouth with some breath freshener before we started reading some lines together. That's weird.
It's not weird. It's chivalrous.
I think you should also do the same for your feet. What other fun facts should I know before I have to stand close to you?
Okay, Miss U.S. of A. Let's just focus on the homework, shall we?
When Carrie's driver came to pick me up, he asked Lee why he hadn't been around, as he knew him well, but that must be because Julie and Jackie had invited him to some party at home. As I reached home, I was surprised to see Mom and Carrie sitting close, watching a movie together. Well, I didn't mind. But later that week, Mom seemed upset after a nice dinner out with Carrie. When I asked her what was wrong, I was shocked at her answer. Carrie and I have gotten closer, so I guess he felt comfortable telling me the truth. He was driving the car that hit me. What? He deceived us and I thought of him as an angel all the time. He should be in jail. I'm going to call the police and tell them everything. Mom tried to stop me, but I stormed off and took a bus to the police station. The kind officer told me that they had no jurisdiction for something that happened in a different country. I was so angry. So I started to think of ways to hurt Carrie like he hurt Mom. I could let the air out of his tires, but that really only hurts his driver. I could mix salt into his coffee, but it might not bubble over like a soda would. I ended up taking scissors and cutting a slit in every pair of pants he had. But in one day, they were all replaced and Mom made me apologize. Aurora, you have to forgive him. I have. He's giving us a better life than I ever could. But he hurt you, and he lied? He didn't mean to, and he cares deeply. Maybe he has you fooled, but I am not. Because of everything, I was so distracted, even while doing my homework at Lee's house. I guess he noticed how quiet I was because he did something I least expected. Salsa! He kept on dancing, making these silly faces, and then he started tumbling over the furniture like a circus clown, which made me laugh till I cried. Eventually, he sat down next to me and took me by surprise when he hugged me. Why'd...
You look upset about something, and I've learned over the years that a hug is like magic. I wish I had them once, but since I didn't, I'd rather give them to people whom I like. A lot.
I didn't push him away. I knew that I needed that hug. But in that moment, I knew he needed it maybe more than me. I was happy, and we started spending more time together. He even offered to carry my books, started sitting with me at lunch, and when I told him about the chocolate factory where I used to live, he had hot chocolate waiting in a thermos for our next rehearsal.
We should rehearse the scene all the way through since we have to do it in class tomorrow.
He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. When I went home that night, I completely understood the expression, walking on clouds. Maybe our life in Australia was better than it ever might have been. I wanted the good vibe to last, so I couldn't face riding with the nieces to school the next day. I took the bus. On my way to class, I noticed Lee talking to Julie and Jackie, so I ducked around the corner so I could listen without them seeing me. Then, I was shocked when he leaned closer to Jackie.
Well, I am that good of an actor.
Okay, but you can quit now. I don't like this anymore. You were just supposed to spend time with her to see how Jackie and I are so much better. I'm missing my boyfriend. Aren't you missing me too?
Of course, I'm doing this for you, right? You two came up with this plan.
Plan? Getting close to me was all some sort of game for them? He didn't want me any more than Carrie wanted us. I was fuming. I raced to the bathroom to pull myself together and set my own plan in motion. When it was time to perform our scene in class, I put on the low-cut costume our maid delivered for me with an extra prop I asked her to bring. Lee whispered in my ear before we began.
Aurora, you look amazing.
Wait for the next surprise. When he tried to squeeze my hand, I conveniently pulled away to grab my little paper bag with the prop inside. In our scene, we worked out that Lee would casually take a bite from an apple. We ad-libbed and made up some added dialogue when I handed him a caramel apple instead.
What a treat to have caramel. You'd think it was my birthday.
I tried to keep from laughing, but his face was priceless as he took a bite and found it was a caramel onion. The whole class laughed at him, but he kept going, like he wanted to prove he'd do anything for me. After class, Lee grabbed my arm.
What was that?
Maybe Jackie, your real girlfriend, has some of your mouth freshener for you.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I didn't want to hear any of his lies, so I ran out and left school early to go home to find Mom. I begged to move back to Pennsylvania, but Mom showed me a giant new ring right before Carrie walked in. Aurora, I know it's fast, but Carrie and I feel it was fate that brought us together.
I didn't know that my trip to America will help me find the two people I care about more than anything in the world. I'm very sorry that it had to be through an accident. It was an honest mistake, and I don't want to lose both of you.
I was beginning to soften toward Carrie. He was really showing he cared. I guess that look in his eyes was the dad moment I'd been missing. I'd been overthinking it, but he'd done so much for us. Clearly, my anger took the best of me.
And if you still don't agree, I'm not going to press your mom to stay. And you know, I've had enough punishment as I had those files you wished for me. At least take it back.
I'm sorry. But I never want to go back to that school, though. They're hateful. As I told them what happened, I didn't see that Lee had been let into the room.
You only think that because you don't have all of the information. Didn't you say you liked a fact check?
In that moment, I knew it was time I took charge of my own narrative. Lee looked like he'd been crying, but even his explanation didn't change my mind.
I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to find the right time to tell Jackie that she and I were through and how much I really do like you. That getting to know you was absolutely the best thing ever.
Wow, that's sweet. And I know what I'm doing. Lee, you're exactly the kind of guy I want to be dating. And Carrie, you've done so much for Mom and me. Only, I just realized that I don't want to be an extra in anyone's story or a prize in some twisted game. I don't need any grand gestures to know my worth or dictate my happiness either. Lee's eyes held a mixture of admiration and surprise. Carrie and Mom both looked like they respected what I was saying. I'm going back to Pennsylvania, not because I'm running away from what happened here, but because I've got dreams to chase. I want to go to art school and build my life on my own terms. Lee remained silent, but I could tell he liked what I was saying.
But what about us?
You will always be a part of my story, but it's time for me to write the next chapter in my own way. Carrie, you and Mom have a chance at happiness. I won't stand in the way of that. Lee, if what we have is real, it'll survive the distance and the test of time. The room was filled with a sense of understanding as Carrie told a maid to pack my things. When I hugged my mom goodbye, I whispered, "I'm doing this for us, Mom, so we can both be strong independently." I left the mansion with my head held high, not as a girl swept up in a whirlwind of events, but as a young woman taking her first steps into a future she was crafting for herself. On the plane back to Pennsylvania, I sketched a collage of lessons learned over the past few months, friendships formed, and a path leading to a bold, unapologetic future of my own design. Of course, I included a kiss with Lee in that future. Stay tuned for the story of when he visits me.
Hi friends, I'm Abigail and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the biggest rock stars in the country. My dad was super famous and was known as Richard, the king of rock. After my mom left him, Dad was always in the news for his dating life. He literally had a new girlfriend every month. Growing up, Dad gave me everything, except his attention. He was too busy touring the world and breaking hearts while I was looked after by the household staff. Once in first grade, our school took us on a day trip to the beach, and I was having a great time making sandcastles when suddenly I started feeling really dizzy. I don't feel so good. You don't look so good either. Ew, just don't puke on me. I tried walking to the teacher, but before I could, I landed straight into a sandcastle and everything went black. I woke up to find myself in the hospital with Dad by my side, and I was diagnosed with diabetes. The next few days, I was just really happy to have Dad at home, fussing all over me. He was busy looking for a live-in nurse who'd make sure I took my meds properly while he was away.
Too old, too grumpy. She looks lazy. Man, she's got a big nose. Oh, look, Abigail, she's cute. Let's call her.
Her name was Bridget, and Dad hired her the minute she walked in. Although I could tell that she was no good. After Dad left, she just spent the whole day watching TV or talking to her friends. Hey, lady, isn't it time for my medicine? Oh, sweetie, I don't know how to read the time. I'm dyslexic. Are you even a real nurse? Yeah, I did go to nursing school for like 2 months, but I dropped out. Sick people are gross. I just took care of my medicines myself because I couldn't trust her one bit, and I was gonna get her fired soon. My 10th birthday was around the corner, and I decided not to have a party for my classmates because I wasn't really close to anyone. I knew they were just friends with me because I was rich. Dad promised me he'd come home and we'd celebrate, just the two of us, but he never came. Call him. He promised he'd be here. What am I, your maid? And he's not gonna come now, so just eat something before you start feeling sick. Nuh-uh, you can't make me. I was beginning to feel dizzy, but I still refused to eat. Just then, a girl my age entered the room with a cupcake in her hand. Listen, you. This is my daughter, Percy. She just came from the village today. She'll celebrate your birthday with you, okay? I honestly didn't want to, but then the girl suddenly shoved the cupcake in my mouth. Yummy, isn't it? There are more downstairs. Whoever reaches there first gets to lick the frosting. After that day, Percy and I became best friends, even though her mom sucked. I loved Percy and didn't want her to leave. So I never got Bridget fired. But when we were close to graduating high school, Percy dropped a bomb on me. She was going to Oxford University. That's frickin' expensive. And without you, I'll fade into Bolivia. You mean oblivion? And I saved money from all my summer jobs. Plus, I got a student loan. Can you imagine? I'll be the first in my family to go to Oxford. It's like a dream come true. Oh, what if I come to Oxford too? Come on, you can't tell the difference between Bolivia and oblivion. It's not like you can clear the SATs. They're super hard. But I did clear them. Actually, I barely cleared them after working my butt off for a month. The day my Oxford acceptance letter arrived, I felt like my heart stopped for a second. Yes! When I looked at Percy, I could see she looked really surprised. How? Is this a fake letter or a real one? Did your dad make a donation or something? How is this even possible? Percy, it wasn't that hard. Come on, let's go shopping! I was so pumped for London, but there was only one thing. My fear of flying. I'd never been on an airplane before, but I so wanted to do this. When we boarded the plane, Percy and I had seats in different aisles. That wasn't good. I knew I was gonna panic. I got a seat in the middle of an old man and some young guy. When the plane started moving, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Oh God, save me please. I think I'm drowning. Yep, my heart's sinking. I just want to get off this plane. Just then, the young guy next to me took my hand and he gave me a dimpled smile.
Hey, calm down. You'll be okay. Just look at me and take deep breaths. And we're not drowning, we're flying. By the way, I'm Ryan.
I'm Abigail.
Okay, so the moment of truth? We've taken off. I used to be frightened of flying too when I was a kid, but my aunt would distract me until the plane took off. Always worked like a charm.
Your aunt sounds amazing.
She sure is. Now, if you don't mind, you can loosen your grip on my hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize.
It's okay, as long as it worked for you. Gorgeous.
Throughout the flight, Ryan and I talked. He told me about how his aunt had raised him after his parents had passed away, and it was her dream to see him succeed in life. When we landed at the airport, I told Percy everything, and she asked me why I didn't get his number. Oh, bummer. When I entered the class on my first day at college and took a seat, the girl next to me gasped, OMG, I know who you are. Hi, I'm Sophia. And oh God, can you get me access to your dad's wedding? What is it, his third or fourth? My Insta followers will go wild if I post pictures from the wedding. Sixth, and I'll see what I can do. Just then, Percy came and sat next to me, and Sophia made a constipated face. The class is about to start. Just mop quickly and go. Excuse me? Mop? I'm in this class just like you. Really? And out of all the clothes in the world, you decided to wear these gray overalls? The same as the janitor's uniform? Epic! Okay, this girl was a jerk. I grabbed Percy's hand and we both sat far away from her. Percy was fuming and I told her she looked wonderful. Just then, I saw a familiar face enter the class. It was Ryan.
Hello, class. I'm Ryan, and I'll be teaching you archaeology. Let's start off with the attendance.
OMG? Ryan? My professor? Apparently, he was some kind of child genius and had graduated at a very young age. But when I tried to talk to him after class, he just walked away. Later, I told Percy who he was, but she didn't believe me. Oh, really? Then why didn't he say hi? I don't know. Maybe he had anemia or something. Amnesia, not anemia. It happened in every class. He always acted like I didn't exist. And after a while, I gave up trying to talk to him. But one time, I was in the cafeteria, and just as I opened a can of soda, it exploded on the person in front of me. On Ryan. Oh no, I am so sorry. It was a mistake.
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family. You guys just make mistakes and never mean any harm, right? Just leave it.
Huh? What was that about? He walked away before I could ask, and I decided not to bother with it. I was here to study, and for the first time in my life, I was really enjoying it. Learning about prehistory captivated me, and I really wanted to become an archaeologist. A few weeks later, Percy got some bad news. Her mom was sick and she had to go back for a few weeks. Give my love to Auntie and don't worry, she'll be all right, promise. With Percy gone, I felt rather alone. But luckily, I made a few friends, and a week later attended a Halloween party with them, dressed as a vampire. I was having a great time, till I went to the bathroom and took off my mask. And Sophia turned up out of nowhere and started taking selfies with me. Wonderful. My followers are gonna go crazy. So, how are you, girl? Worse than I was a minute ago, because you're here now. Whoa, snappy. Is it because I showed your friend the mirror? Come on, she did look like a janitor that day. How do you even know her? She's my nanny's daughter, and we've been best friends since we were kids, and no one deserves to be here more than her. So please, don't talk trash about her if you don't want me to punch your face. When I got back to the main hall, an upbeat song came on, and a guy who was dressed as the Phantom of the Opera offered me his hand to dance. I was having a great time. And then the music turned to a slow number, and the guy pulled me close. He had his hand on my back. Just then I realized my zip was coming down, and he fixed it. Oh, thank you.
Wait, is that you, Abigail?
Ryan?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I gotta go.
He was about to walk away when I stopped him. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why do you keep acting like you have some problem with me? And what did you mean that day when you said it runs in the family?
Why don't you ask your dad?
My dad? What does he have to do with anything?
He has a lot to do with me and my aunt. Ask him how he betrayed the woman who made him what he is today. He made my aunt fall for him, stole her music tunes, and then just dumped her one day like she meant nothing. Seeing her crumble after your dad's betrayal was the hardest time of my life. I'm sorry, Ryan. I know my dad isn't a saint, but what do I have to do with his past? It's not fair to judge me for something he did, and I never knew about it. Trust me, he wasn't really around for me much either. And I don't deserve your hate. Saying that, I just left the dance floor as quickly as I could. The next day in class, I was ecstatic to see Percy was back, but she looked really worried because Ryan had given her an F for low attendance. Abigail, you gotta help me. You say you know him, right? Ask him to give me an A or maybe a B, please. What? Percy, this isn't some lame high school. I can't just go to a teacher and ask him to change my friend's grades. Wow, you sure have changed, Abigail. I saw your selfies with that witch Sophia, and now you're refusing to help me out? Don't act like you got into Oxford on your own. I'm 100% sure your dad had something to do with getting you in. What the heck? Before I could even reply, Percy just stormed off and stopped talking to me. A week later, we had to submit an assignment for extra credits, and when the results came in, I had aced it. I was so happy. But now, I had to be Ryan's assistant for a month. One afternoon, I was sitting in the library filing papers for Ryan when I realized someone was next to me. It was him. I was startled and ended up spilling the coffee mug next to me. Ouch! This is the second time you spilled something on me. Sorry, you kind of sneaked up on me. As Ryan wiped the coffee off his clothes, I just looked at his face, thinking about the first time we'd met. What are you smiling for? I was just thinking about how you would make the perfect boyfriend. The older your girlfriend gets, the more interested you'd be in her, 'cause you're a historian. Finally, I saw the slightest smile and that gorgeous dimple. Abigail, about the other night, I'm sorry. I know it wasn't your fault. Without finishing his sentence, Ryan took my hand and just looked into my eyes. He was leaning in like he was about to kiss me. But right then, there was a sound near the window and Ryan jolted up to check it, and the moment was gone. But the next day when I entered my class, all eyes were on me. Whoa, if it isn't the teacher's pet. No wonder you're soaring so high these days. What do you mean? You don't follow me? Oh geez, you should. I now have a blue tick on my account thanks to you. Look what I received anonymously. It was a video of Ryan and me sitting really close in the library. I was furious. Don't be so happy about that blue tick. I snatched the witch's phone and smashed it on the floor and walked off, but Percy caught up with me. Oh, so this is how you get extra credits? Some of us actually worked really hard to be here, but people like you will do just about anything to get ahead, like flirting with the teacher. And when I ask you to put in a good word for me, you refused. Are you crazy? I really am studying hard, Percy. I know you liked him, but this is disgusting. I had my suspicions, but seeing you two in the library that day, I understood everything. Wait, so you made this video? Couldn't you have at least asked me what the truth was? I'm your best friend. Yeah? Is that why you've been going around telling people like Sophia that I'm your maid's daughter? Some friend you are. That's not what I said. I didn't mean it that way. And yes, I do like Ryan, but I would never use him to get ahead. I can't believe that's what you think of me. I'm done. With you, with Ryan, this Oxford dream, all of it. I ran off, and right outside, Ryan was waiting to talk to me, but I needed to be alone. So I ran out of the college toward the forest park. Ryan caught up with me, and just as I tried to push him away, we both fell with a thud, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in Ryan's arms. Oh, thank God you're all right. Am I? I don't feel all right. Where are we? We fell into a pit and there's no signals here. It's been hours and I've been screaming for so long, but no one's come. I felt my head spinning and knew my blood sugar was low. Ryan hugged me to keep warm. What were you saying that day at the library? Tell me. I was gonna say how much What? I like you. I like you too. A lot. Saying that, I turned to kiss him and it was so perfect. Abigail, we have to get out of here. I know you can do it. You need your meds and we can't wait. Finally, with Ryan's support, I was able to climb out of the pit.
As we were trying to make our way out of the forest, I saw all these people with flashlights in their hands and crashed into one of them. It was Percy. And then I blacked out again. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital and Ryan was sitting next to me.
Hey, gorgeous. You had me worried. I know we have all the time in the world to talk, but there's someone who's been waiting eagerly for you to wake up.
Ryan kissed me and left the room. And just then, Percy entered with tears in her eyes and begged for forgiveness. Percy, you've been my friend for as long as I can remember. I want to forgive you, but I'll need some time. Take as much time as you need. I am so sorry. My own insecurities got the better of me. You've been nothing but a great friend, and now I've ruined everything. Maybe you haven't. Hi, my name is Chinami, and I moved to America all the way from Japan when I was 12 years old. The first thing I noticed about being here was just how big everything was. The houses, the food portions, the cars, everything was huge in America, and I loved it. I ate as much food as I could at every restaurant I went to with my mom and always asked for seconds, which left her totally embarrassed, but I didn't care. I didn't even want to move here, and I had to break up with my boyfriend before we left because I wouldn't see him again for so long. We both cried a lot. So that's why I figured I would have as much fun as I could in America since I didn't really have a choice about moving. As you may have guessed, some of the kids at school were horrible because I looked different and couldn't speak English very well at first. But I didn't let their awful hazing make me feel bad. I was confident and knew who I was, so I always walked with my head held up and didn't let anything anyone said or did make a difference in how I felt about myself. The bullies were not used to this approach at all. It just left them confused and scratching their heads. I guess they never met anyone quite like me before. Good. So eventually, they just left me alone. One day, my mom asked why I had no friends at school, and I told her they were all jerks. I don't believe that. I'm sure a lot of them are exactly what you say, but there must be some nice ones too. I love how independent you are, but everyone needs a friend. The truth is, my mom knew something I was trying to hide, which was, as comfortable as I was with myself, I was terrified of making friends or dating anyone new. In Japan, we had moved at least 6 times because of my mom's job. Each time we went to a new town or city, I had to say goodbye to one of my best friends or boyfriends. My heart broke every time it happened, and I always asked my mom if we could just stay in one place for at least a couple of years so I could have some real friends, but she said she couldn't guarantee that. So I decided to only rely on myself, but the truth was, I was getting pretty bored and lonely hanging out with only myself and my cat all the time. But still, I couldn't do it. I was too scared. I ate lunch alone, walked home alone, and spent every weekend playing video games or dressing my cat up in fun costumes. Until one day when I was in 8th grade, a boy called Max came to my lunch table and sat across from me. He started talking as if we knew each other our whole lives, and I didn't even have time to be scared like I had been with everyone else because, well, he just didn't give me a choice. I told Mom I wouldn't talk to Max anymore in case we had to move, but she told me this time we would be living here for a long time, so I may as well try to find a real friend. From then on, Max and I were best friends. He helped me to learn English, and I taught him some Japanese, but he was terrible at it. I know what you're thinking. We're gonna fall in love because we're such good friends, but nope, we just stayed friends. Even as we grew up and went to high school, neither of us had feelings for each other. Thank God too, because he was my biggest helper when it came to boys, which is ironic since he was constantly getting broken up with. I tried to warn him about the girls he was dating. They were all shallow and absent-minded, but he didn't care. As long as he had a pretty girl beside him, he felt like he was on top of the world. But of course, they would always break his heart and leave him for someone else, which only made him more sad and want to date prettier girls to prove that he wasn't, as he put it, a total loser. And the cycle would begin all over again. You really deserve better, Max.
Not according to the girls I date. They always leave me for someone stronger or smarter.
Because they don't care about anything other than how popular they are. You're kind and fun and really thoughtful. Why don't you date someone like that?
Look who's talking. You don't date anyone.
What do you mean? I go on dates all the time.
Yeah, one date. And then, no matter how cool they are, you stop talking to them. So many really cool guys want to at least try to be your boyfriend, and you never give them a chance.
Like who?
There was George with the gelled hair and nifty vests, Tom, who asked you to the dance, and Pete, who, well, doesn't have a lot going for him, but he's really nice.
What's so wrong with being single anyway?
What's wrong with dating around?
You only do it because you're insecure.
And you're only single because you're scared. It's a miracle we even became friends. All you ever want to do is be alone with your stupid cat. If you're not careful, you're gonna miss out on a lot of great things in life. And what if you meet the one and don't give him a chance?
Well, if it's up to you to meet the girl of your dreams, you'll probably pass her up for someone with an expensive car and a pretty face who doesn't even know where Japan is.
You know it's happened before.
All of a sudden, he stopped talking and just stared off. I thought maybe I really insulted him or something, but then he smiled and said,
You're right. What if we switched lifestyles for a month just to see what happens?
switch lifestyles?
Yeah, you go out with one of those nice guys who likes you for at least 3 dates, and I'll ask out someone who knows where Japan is, and maybe who won't dump me for the football captain for once.
Date someone for 3 dates? That's practically a relationship. I can't do that. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe, my palms got sweaty, and I got nauseous.
Well, what do you say?
But before he had a chance to ask again, I ran out of the cafeteria and hid in the bathroom. I avoided him all day after that and ran home so fast he could never catch up. I guess I was even more afraid than I realized. Mom saw how frazzled I was when I got home and asked,
Honey, what's wrong?
Max wants me to date someone nice and be happy.
What a jerk.
I know.
I was kidding.
Oh, well, I don't need a boyfriend anyway.
Well, there we agree. You're not even allowed to have one.
What? Since when?
When you were little, it was okay, but now you have to focus on your schoolwork, so no boys.
You're the reason I can't get close to anyone, and now you won't even let me if I want?
You have too much to do to prepare for college. Sorry, honey.
I ran to Max's house right away and told him I was in.
What changed? You freaked out earlier.
My mom said I couldn't.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So, you aren't too scared anymore?
You mean, what if I fall in love only to have to move again and maybe it just doesn't work out and I'm left broken and hollow and sad and crying like every other time I ever got close to anyone?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I just won't fall in love. And you? You're gonna be able to date a normal girl who doesn't look like a supermodel?
Hey, I'm not shallow like that. I just date them because it makes me feel good about myself. But I know, you don't have to tell me. That's not a good reason to be with someone.
Then why do you do it?
Because if I date a girl I actually like and she breaks up with me, it won't be because she wants to be more popular. It'll be because I really wasn't good enough for her. I don't know if I can take that.
Well, I won't do it if you won't.
You have to. You can't be scared your whole life.
And you can't be insecure your whole life and just date girls who don't even care about you.
Fine, but we both have to do it.
Okay. We shook hands and made it official. As scared as I was, at least I knew I wasn't alone. Now, all I had to do was find someone I liked, but didn't like enough to actually fall in love with. I stalked the halls trying to find the perfect guy who wouldn't be boring or too full of himself, but also wasn't very cute or smart or caring. This was a lot harder than I expected. I liked Peter, who played basketball and was very confident, but that made him way too attractive, so I kept looking. Eventually, I found Sean, my neighbor who was quiet, respectful, but he didn't play any sports or do any plays. He had only one friend, and I think he got mostly C's in class. He was perfect. Not too confident, not too smart. He was just average. Hi, Sean. Do you want to take me on a date? Cool. Come to my house tonight at 7 and pick me up. At home that night, I got dressed and ready and just paced the house waiting for him. But by 7:30, he still hadn't shown up. Hey, you were supposed to pick me up.
No, I wasn't. I never agreed to date you.
Wait, what? He didn't want to date me? My whole life, I never met a boy who didn't want to date me. Except for the bullies, of course. Are you a bully?
No, I just don't want to date anyone. I'm happy as I am.
Really? Me too.
So why do you want to date me?
I'm just trying to get over my fears.
Oh, so you're just using me.
OMG, I was using him. How could I do that? I'm so sorry. You're right. I'll go away forever now. I left thinking about what a jerk I was for doing that.
I have to go to the store if you want to come.
We walked and talked, and it didn't feel like a date at all. Only 2 new friends hanging out. I couldn't believe how smart he was and how comfortable he was talking to me, who he barely knew. We ended up getting dinner and ice cream, and he even paid. I guess it became more like a date than we realized. That night, I realized I had been so judgmental, thinking he wasn't confident just because he didn't play sports or act all cool. He was just being himself. And even though he was very smart, he only got C's because he wasn't that interested in school. Then I realized I really liked him. And oh no, maybe I was falling in love. Max, we have to call it off. I went on one date with Sean and I'm already falling for him.
Okay, good, because I asked out Ariana, but then I realized I loved how she's so kind and nice and smart and caring, and I just can't handle being rejected by someone like that, so I stood her up.
You did what? That's so mean. She's the nicest girl in school.
I know, I feel terrible, but I just can't. I'm too scared of what it could do to me if she doesn't like me or we break up.
I guess I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I really like him, and now I'm too scared to even talk to him. He could totally break my heart with only a few words.
Okay, so we agree. We will end this here.
Agreed. We shook hands again. After school, I tried to avoid Sean while Max avoided Ariana. We snuck out with our heads down in the halls as classes were dismissed, trying to blend in. And as we turned the corner, there they were, both Sean and Ariana. He was smiling at me, but Ariana was glaring at Max. She marched up to him, almost knocking Sean out of the way, and planted herself right in front of Max. Just because I'm nice doesn't mean you can do that to me. I was ready and waiting and deserve respect. What do you have to say, huh? Oh, so when you ask me out, you're all smooth, but when you get confronted, you're all like, I don't know. Don't talk to me again.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was just scared because you're so nice and so great and everyone loves you. And if we went out and you didn't like me, I would feel so worthless. But you're right. It was so wrong and I'm a coward for not talking to you about it and trying to avoid you. I'm so sorry, Ariana.
Say more about how great I am.
Everyone knows you're the nicest girl in school, and it's true. You're always doing things for other people. But you also don't take any disrespect from anyone, and I love that. The truth is, since we were little, I liked you, but I just didn't have the courage to tell you because if you didn't like me, I couldn't handle it. So I date girls who are shallow and not nice at all because they're so different from you, and when they break up with me, it doesn't hurt as much because they're not you.
Wow, I had no idea he felt that way about her, or about anyone. Ariana kissed him right there in front of everyone and left together. Then Sean came up to me. My turn to be honest. Hi, I'm sorry, but I was going to avoid you too. I know now I was just scared.
Of me?
Of myself, and how I don't think I'm strong enough to handle it if I fall in love with you and it doesn't work out.
How do you think people become strong? They take risks, and when they get hurt, they learn and grow. I can't promise we'll be happy forever, but I can tell you I like you and I had fun, and I think that's enough to try.
He took my hand and we left together. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe Sean and I will be together forever, or maybe I'll have to move again and lose the only guy I ever really loved. And maybe Ariana will end things with Max and break his heart. But what I do know is that just because some things end doesn't mean they weren't important and that it didn't mean anything. I can't control what happens, only how I feel and what I choose to do with it. And I will never again let fear stop me from doing what I want or being with someone I love, because whatever happens, this is my life, and I will choose to live it.
Hey everyone, my name is Eden, and this is my story. Day I was born, the biggest rainbow appeared over the hospital, and my parents thought that I was really special. They always treated me like a princess. Mommy, I want an airplane. And the very next day, my room was full of all the toy airplanes my parents could find. I always felt loved and had everything in the world, but sometimes I couldn't help wishing I had someone to share it all with. Mommy, I want a little sister. Oh, baby, trust me. You don't need anyone. Our lives are perfect just the way they are. But only they weren't. Soon after that day, I'd often hear Mom and Dad fighting with each other, and I noticed they started to drift apart. So I tried my best to keep them together. Mom, Dad, you guys want to watch a movie with me? Your dad's busy, but I can go with you. Maybe we can go tomorrow when you're both free? I think it's just better if we go on our own, love. And my biggest nightmare came true when I turned 14, and my parents announced that they were getting a divorce. It crushed my heart. Mom decided to move back to her hometown in Missouri, and since Dad was moving away for work, I had no other choice but to go with Mom. But the minute we got there, I got the shock of my life. Mom was freaking rich! She owned a huge house and farms in the town. Mom, how come you never told me about any of this? Well, I just didn't think it was that important. But this was huge to be kept from me, and turns out that wasn't the only secret she had. Later that evening, I was taking a walk across the grounds when suddenly my legs got caught in a rope and I fell down in cow poop. What the heck? Just then, I saw a girl my age running towards me, and she stumbled and fell too. Ouch, my butt! Hey, are you okay? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was practicing rope throwing, and I didn't see you there. That was you? Ugh! Now get me out of this! Okay, hold your horses. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is, this is the best knot I ever made, and I might have a chance at winning at the rodeo this year. But the bad news is, I have no idea how to undo it. What? Are you crazy? Cut it or something. She ran away to look for something and came back with her mom. But just as the lady was untying me, Mom came running and pulled her away. What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her. Lily? What are you doing here? It's my home too. I can come here anytime I want. And from what I've heard, you've been running the farm at a loss, so I thought I should come look into it. Oh, so you just turn up out of nowhere to tell me my business? I'm shocked you're even showing your face here after what you did. Christy, shut up. Mom took my hand and pulled me out of there. That's when I learned this lady was Mom's sister, Christy, and that girl was my cousin, Nancy, and they lived in the house next to ours. And you didn't think this was important to tell me too? What else are you hiding? Do you have another husband and kids too? Eden! I had so many questions, but she was refusing to answer any, and it was driving me mad. So I called Dad to ask, but he just said, "Oh, honey, I can't tell you much, but just remember, your mom needs you." I had no idea what he meant by that, and I was so annoyed at all these secrets. So I just stormed out of the house and went towards the fields. But suddenly, I noticed one of the scarecrows in the fields was moving. Holy freaks! I screamed and started running away, but the scarecrow kept following me. And suddenly, it fell on the ground. Ouch! My knees! Nancy, why are you dressed like that? I can't tell you that. My mom told me to stay away from you. Oh, yeah? Then what are you doing here talking to me? I thought you were hurt when you screamed, so I came to check up on you, but now I'll have to go. Bye! Nancy, wait! I thought she'd know what was going on between my mom and my aunt, but turns out she was just as unaware as me. I offered to be friends with her, and she agreed, as long as we kept it a secret from our moms. Now, tell me, why were you actually here? My friends dared me to do this all night, but then they all left me here. She was really innocent and super funny, and always made me laugh so hard by mimicking the animals at the farm. At night, she'd sneak into my room with homemade cookies, and we'd eat them together while watching our favorite videos. By the time summer was over, we were BFFs, and when Mom enrolled me into the same school as Nancy, we both were super excited because now we didn't have to meet in secret. But at school, I learned that Nancy was really naive, and a lot of people took advantage of her. Nancy, you shouldn't be doing your friend's homework. It's all right, Eden. My friends say practice makes a man perfect, and if I write all these things so many times, I'll become a genius. Sometimes she'd make me want to bang my head against a wall. But at home, it was much worse with Mom and Aunt's constant fighting. I've been making the decisions regarding the crops all these years. Why did you sell this lot without even asking me? 'Cause you're dumb and we're suffering losses, so I need to take charge. Suddenly, Aunt Christy picked some tomatoes and threw them right into Mom's face. Soon, the view looked like a tomatina festival, and out of nowhere, Nancy threw a tomato at me too. What the heck? Come on, it's fun. It'll convince them we hate each other too. Join in. God, she was crazy. A few nights later, Nancy and I decided to go out for a movie, and we had a blast. Oh my God. It was my first time in a movie hall, and I loved it so much. We should totally do it again. But then suddenly, a stray dog came barking at us, and before I could move, Nancy jumped over the fence and ran at the speed of light, leaving me behind. I wasn't as fast, and the dog caught my skirt and ripped it. Just then, a guy came running and shooed the dog away. Hey, are you okay? He helped me off the ground, and I couldn't help noticing how cute he was. He had patches of white hair all over his head, and it looked gorgeous, like art. He introduced himself as Randy, and when he saw me looking at his hair, he explained it was because of a condition called poliosis. Oh, I see. Well, it looks good. Thanks, and here, take this. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my waist. I hope you'll feel more comfortable now. Cute and such a gentleman. He then walked me back home, and as we talked, it turned out he was a senior at school and a national-level baseball player. When we reached home, Nancy was waiting for me at the doorstep, but as soon as she saw me, she ran to her house. And now I wasn't going to talk to her either. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up to see Nancy waving a torch in my face. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? Why were you with that jerk, Randy? You know him? Yeah, he's a bad guy, and you need to stay away from him. When I asked her to explain more, she refused to tell me and ran away. The next day, I saw Randy in the cafeteria, and I was curious to know if he also knew her, so I asked him. Nancy? Doesn't ring a bell. But before I could ask more, someone dumped an entire tray of food over me. Nancy! What is the matter with you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just slipped. Well, obviously, I knew she didn't, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ran to the washroom to clean up. The moment I stepped out, Randy was waiting there for me with a change of clothes. I had some clean clothes in my locker. They'll be too big, but they should work for now. This guy was just perfect, but I had no idea why Nancy was behaving this way. So that night, I went to see Nancy and forced her to tell me why she hated me getting along with Randy, and she gave me the most shocking reply. 'Cause he's into guys. What? Yeah, I knew his secret, but I didn't want to be the one to break it to anyone. That's why I lied to you that he's a bad guy, so you'd keep away from him and won't get your heart broken. She then showed me pictures of him laughing and holding hands with a guy in a park. What? You could have just told me sooner, you know. I tried to, but you were pissed at me for running away. I'm really scared of dogs because I got bit by one when I was 5. Oh, Nancy. I told her not to hide things from me anymore, and I was so glad to have my bestie back. From the next day, I started avoiding Randy whenever I'd see him around school, but one time, he caught me on my way back home. I have no idea why you've been avoiding me, but if I've made a mistake, you should let me know. No, Randy, it's not like that. He then told me it was his birthday, and he invited me to the carnival happening in town. At first, I was hesitant, but then I remembered how nice he'd been to me, and I decided to be a good friend at least. Later that night, when I joined him, I realized it was just the two of us, but we had a blast. We played so many games together, and Randy won a giant teddy bear for me. After that, we went on the Ferris wheel, and when we reached the top, Randy held my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Randy, get away from me! I'm sorry. I thought you liked me too, and... I do. I did, until I found out you like guys. What? Who told you that? I told him about those pictures, and he burst out laughing. Oh my God, who took those? That's my cousin who visited me quite a while ago, and I was holding his hand on our walk because he's blind. I'm not into boys. I like girls, okay? I really like you. And suddenly, I realized I got played by Nancy, that little witch. Later when I got home, I stormed off to Nancy's place and went straight to her room. I can't believe I trusted you and you lied to me. You did this because you like Randy too, right? Yes, I liked him too, but... Before she could say more, I jumped onto her and we broke into a wild fight. And soon our moms came running to separate us. Girls, stop it. What's going on? I told Mom all that happened, and Aunt Christy started to laugh hysterically. So, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. I knew you'd be just like your mother, stealing boyfriends as usual. What did she mean by that? Mom, please stop it. But Aunt went on to tell us that my dad was originally her boyfriend, but Mom made him fall for her. Their parents asked Mom to dump my dad so the sisters could stop fighting, but instead she ran away with him and never came back. I have apologized to you 1,000,000 times. I'm sorry I hurt you, but we really loved each other. He was my boyfriend. You had no business loving him, and I'm never forgiving you for that. I watched Mom's eyes fill with tears as Aunt Christy asked us to leave. Later at home, I asked Mom if she regretted marrying Dad. No, I don't regret it at all, sweetie. Your dad gave me the best years of my life, but sometimes good things also come to an end. I just wish it hadn't cost me my family. I was too young and stupid to not consider my sister's feelings. I hugged her tight and comforted her, and the next day, I knew just what to do. I walked up to Nancy's room and told her I was going to stay away from Randy. I don't want a boy coming between us. Oh, Eden, it's all my fault. Like I said, I also liked Randy, but my friend showed me all those pictures and I believed them and thought he's gay. And I've lost feelings for him now. But you threw all your food over me that day. I thought you were jealous. It was a genuine accident, I swear. I'm happy if you guys like each other. Oh my God, my little sister was such an innocent baby. But there was one more pair of sisters that we had to reunite, and I had just the perfect plan for it. I called Dad and told him everything and asked him to come visit us. Thank you so much for coming, Dad.
You don't have to thank me, honey. I should have done this sooner and made things easier for your mom.
We then walked towards the fields where both our moms were working, and they looked super shocked to see Dad.
What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you, Christy. I was the one who fell in love with your sister first, and I was the one who broke your heart. So don't resent her so much, and please forgive both of us. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Christy. Really and truly.
I could see tears in Aunt's eyes as she hugged Mom, and Nancy and I joined in too. After what felt like a lifetime, I saw Mom and Dad smiling at each other, and it made my heart so full. We should never give up on people we love. They are always worth the fight.
True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back.
At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now.
That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help! Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade.
Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again.
Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose. Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough. I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way. Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya.
the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her. Oh no, don't tell me you're gonna eat that. And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself. How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic. Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin. Hey jerk, watch where you're going! Oh, it's you, of course. Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late. And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual. Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her. Hey, what happened to you? Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess. Well, you still look amazing. Never mind. Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue. Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet. Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please. She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix? Of course. Robin, do try to come, and I'll see you guys later. Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded and she glared at Robin. You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin. Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand. Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress. Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no, Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calix, I need to go. Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you. But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Wanna go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it?
Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy.
Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts.
What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her.
No way. She tried to steal Calyx? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man?
I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night.
Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calyx visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin.
Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right? Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost. You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me?
No, I didn't. It was a...
And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad. No, I won't open the door. Never. Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her.
Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth.
Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom.
Well, I am glad. You learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned. You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line and I shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have, but, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms. Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind, but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here. Hi everyone, I'm Billy. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. Welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared. Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here. She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby. And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday. Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times. My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that? Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you. I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross, and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right? Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer. Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down. I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful. I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I had been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile.
but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes! I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart, so I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there no way you could visit?
I don't think so. I can try though. But Steele, is it fine if I just leave like that?
Hey. No, you don't have to ask me. I'll be completely fine. I'm just so happy you're finally getting out of the hospital, completely healthy. And I promise you, I won't go back to being a grumpy jerk boy. I'll make sure I make every moment count, just like you did.
I spent the rest of my time there with Steele until my parents came to get me. We promised to stay in touch. For the first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them.
So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families.
I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families?
Of course.
I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation.
You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle.
I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots.
Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sleeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense.
He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious. Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You are not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me? Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling. And I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking. What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha. And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying. This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring! I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom. What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's going to marry you? Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in. Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous. What? You really think so? Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married. That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in. Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich too. Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met. Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you?
Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time. And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me. Oh, please, you're not my type. Your mom didn't seem to think so. My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married. And you're obsessed with? Wrestling.
Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds. If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive. Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes. Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years. The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here? That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha? I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff. They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers. How do you know that I'm participating in it? Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are. Why are you doing all this? Isn't it rather obvious? The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me. Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win. I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened? The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition. But it backfired and you passed out. He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it? Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this? Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here? How could you? It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened. Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose. But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute, and she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me. When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs. What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why? Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him. So, Mom didn't give me the drugs? No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister. Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom. And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened. Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say, Neha's focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait. Hi there, I'm June, and today for My Story Animated, I'm going to tell you about the bizarre story of how my family convinced me I was in a coma for a year. It all started on my prom night. I was on top of the world. My life was perfect. I had everything I ever wanted and was excited to graduate and start living my adult life. That night, I was glowing. It was no surprise for anyone that I would be the prom queen. And when they announced it, I cried anyway. It was the perfect ending for the perfect high school experience. I was used to being a queen, and I deserved my crown. But as I was climbing the stairs to receive it, I heard a crack. And before I could react, it collapsed to the floor, swallowing me inside. The last thing I remember was hearing the screaming of the others in the room and feeling pain in my entire body. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My parents and my younger brother were there. They rushed to my side, but they looked gloomy. They looked at each other before I heard my mom saying the last words I ever wanted to hear. She said, "You've been in a coma for a year." I looked at my family seriously at first, but then I started to laugh. You're kidding me, right? I looked around the room as I said, "Where are the cameras?" It had to be a joke, but they didn't laugh. They looked concerned. My mom said, "Look, honey, it's a lot to process, but..." "No, there's not. There's nothing to process because you're joking," I replied, although I wasn't laughing either now. They glanced at each other in silence, and my mother started to cry, and it clicked. What? A whole year? What about my prom and my crown and my plans for college? What about my boyfriend? Where was he? I couldn't understand. I couldn't think. I felt suddenly dizzy, and a second later, I threw up. This was not happening. I demanded my mom to give me my phone at once, but she said that the doctor recommended not to deal with the outside reality right now. A whole year had passed, and I needed to take things slow. When I asked about my boyfriend, they said he left for college on the other side of the country. When I asked about my college plans, they said I lost my scholarship. When I asked about my friends, they said they didn't know any, that no one had come to visit me in the past year. And that wasn't even the worst part of it all. When I told them to take me home, my dad said that because they had to pay hospital bills for a year, they now had many debts and they had to sell the house and move to a cheaper neighborhood. We were poor now? This was the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. I would have to go to community college. I threw up again. How could they do this to me? I hated them. But when I shouted at them, my mother began to cry again. My brother got really close to my face and said, "Hey, selfish prick, if anyone is to blame for this, it's you. You had an accident and it was your bills that they had to pay. You should be nothing but grateful to them." I crossed my arms and looked at him as I said, "I'm the victim here. You should be there for me." But he almost shouted, "Look around. We are the only ones that are here for you, so suck it up." As I was in the car on my way to the new, disgusting neighborhood, I couldn't stop thinking about my brother's words. He was a jerk, but he was right about something. Where was everyone? My friends? My boyfriend? I didn't have any flowers in my room or loving letters. I had nothing. I had no one. We arrived at the new house, and it was minuscule. I wanted to throw up again. I couldn't bear to be poor. I hated poverty. And now I would have to live it myself. I got inside and went to my room. At least I would have my things, right? But as I got in, there was nothing there except an old bed and an old desk. "Where's my stuff?" I shouted, trembling. But my mom said they had to sell everything. My TV, my computer, my sound equipment. So I said, "What about my pictures, my notebooks, my cheerleading prizes?" And she said we had to throw everything away. None of us kept anything. There was no room for it in this house. This was too much. I yelled, "I don't care about your stupid things. You shouldn't have thrown my things away. You shouldn't have even touched them. I hate you. I hate you." I slammed the door and cried on that little bed for hours. Why was this happening to me? I didn't deserve this. Everything I ever did was for the good of others. I was always there for my friends. I helped with the chores at home. I was thankful for the things I had. I was a great student. I am a loving sister. As days passed and I slowly realized how lost and alone I was, I got time to do a lot of insight. Since we were in a neighborhood away from the city now, and Dad used the only car we had for work, I started to go out for long walks. And one day, I saw a group of teens that were hanging around in the park. One of the girls told me to sit with them. They were skating and playing soccer and having fun. Without asking questions, they invited me to play soccer with them. I was really good at sports, so it was my opportunity to show off. But I sucked at it. I got a number of punches of flying balls I couldn't dodge, and I also fell off the skate a couple of times. But instead of laughing at me as my old friends in school would have, they helped me and taught me. I spent hours with them. They seemed like really nice people. I had no idea I could have so much fun without spending money. I got back home and I saw Mom preparing dinner. So I asked her if she needed any help. I didn't know how to cook and I was quickly messing everything up. But instead of punishing me, Mom started to laugh. She pinched my nose with flour and we started a food fight. My brother saw us and came to participate. We teamed up against Mom, and so Dad had to come and help her. The vegetables were flying from one side of the kitchen to the other. We were having so much fun. For the first time in my life, I felt free and happy. I was laughing so hard that my stomach ached. My family was so cool. As days continued to pass, we got used to a new routine of having dinner together. I even learned to cook many different dishes. The doctor said that many patients use cooking as a therapy, and I realized they were right. This was a great therapy. I spent time with my brother too. He continued to go to school while I stayed home. The doctor suggested taking things slowly, and even though I had lost a year and wanted to start college right away, he said it was a bad idea. One of our neighbors was a single mother that was taking care of 5 children. She wanted to sell some items from her home to get money for the kids. We went over there with Mom, and I realized she wouldn't be getting much money for the things she owned, and I felt guilty for my past again. Then she said that those kids weren't even hers, that she was offering her house as a transit foster home. What? She was selling her stuff to help kids that weren't hers? I didn't understand, so I asked her. But she smiled and said she had everything she needed. Everyone in the neighborhood knew what she was doing, so she got donations all the time. Some of the things were piling up, so she wanted to sell them to buy other useful things for the kids. I looked at the kids playing outside. They were cute and loved and happy. This woman had an amazing heart. And then guilt punched me in the face again. My family had lost everything because of me, and instead of thanking them, I shouted hurtful words. I used to have so many useless things, clothes I didn't wear, old toys I never played with. They would do so much good to these kids. The following day, I helped our neighbor to build a website for the things she wanted to sell. I also taught her how to use email and the social networks. It felt good to do the right thing for once. But then, something strange happened. As I created an Instagram account for her, I got tempted and opened my own. The doctor said it wouldn't be a good idea for now, but I couldn't resist. And that's when I saw it. The date. It didn't show a year ahead, but weeks. I got so confused. I started to see my old friends' stories and my boyfriend's. Everyone was talking about summer and the college they were going to go to. What was going on? What was going on? I started to open web pages frantically. Wikipedia, news sites, they all showed the same date, the same news. Only a couple of months had passed since the accident. I grabbed my stomach and threw up, again, in the neighbor's house. So embarrassing. I got out of the house and rushed home. I yelled at my mom so hard. I was so angry. How could they do that to me? They made me sick. My dad and my brother appeared from their rooms, and they stood by my mom. I shouted at them. How long was I really in the hospital? And my dad said, 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My mind started to ask frantic questions. What about my home, my room, and my stuff? And Dad said that everything was still there, that they rented this house for the cause. The cause? Was that what they thought this was? My mom got closer to me and said, I'm sorry, we didn't know what to do. We were losing you. I looked at them and said, that's ironic because that's exactly what happened. You just lost me. June, please, my mom begged, but I was furious, out of myself. Take me home, now, I said. As we were in the car, my mom continued to cry and apologize. She said it was for my own good, that I needed to get a glimpse of reality. But I couldn't listen to her. I was mad. I got inside my room and sighed as I saw all my things were still there, that I had my life back. I took my acceptance letter for college and pushed it against my chest. Classes had already started, but I still had time to go. I opened my closet and saw all of my clothes. For a moment, I thought about those poor kids at the neighbor's house, but I didn't let that affect me. On the very next day, I got dressed and drove to college. But I wasn't feeling as excited as I thought. The car, my clothes, my expensive backpack, everything made me feel guilty. Donating just one of those things to the woman would help the orphans hugely. I tried to concentrate on my classes, but for the first time, I felt like an outsider. So, for the first time, I decided not to focus on myself solely. The people in small groups talked about their vacations and how much fun they had together. It wasn't some needless flaunting. They were all people, just like me. I took a deep breath. I was here. I have this opportunity. I could spend my days feeling sorry, or I can do something about it. But I needed to make sure of something first. Instead of driving home, I went to my old boyfriend's home. He opened the door and froze as he saw me. Were you part of this? I asked, but he stood silent. Of course he was. A traitor, exactly like my family. I denied in silence and turned around to leave, but he stopped me and said he was sorry, but that he also saw me as a terrible person, a selfish person. He said he'd tried to make me see it for a long time, but I wouldn't listen. I didn't know what to say. I had so many different memories of our time together. I went back home and straight to my room. I started looking at the pictures on my walls. I looked happy, but he didn't. He looked sad and worried in the pictures. How come I never saw that? Was I really that selfish? I looked at the other pictures, the ones with friends, and they were all the same. No one smiled in my pictures. No one smiled around me. I remembered the orphans again and how happy they were that I had made a cake for them. I also remembered the teens at the park. They did laugh with me. For no particular reason. It was the simple things that made the difference. I'd been so self-absorbed in my own world that I never paid attention to anyone else. Not my friends, nor my boyfriend, not even my family. Things would have to change, and I was happy to know I still had time. If I had died in that accident, my life would have meant nothing. But I was alive, and there were a couple of things I could still do. I opened my closet and started to take out everything I didn't use. After just 1 hour, I couldn't believe how big the pile was. I hadn't taken out even half of it. Then I put all the clothes in bags. I also took with me all those old music players and pieces of technology I never used. I got in the car and with all of it drove back to the woman's house. The kids came out to greet me and hugged me. I started to cry as I hugged them too. The woman invited me in and asked me what was wrong. I told her my whole story, including the part of me being a terrible person. I didn't leave out any information. But I was still very angry with my family. Their actions weren't justified, no matter the results. And then the woman said the wisest words I've ever heard. She said that we should only put love in our hearts, not hate. Whatever my family did, they clearly did it for love, and that's what matters. This was an amazing woman with an endless loving heart, so I'd better take her advice. Afterwards, I went back home and told my parents I would go to community college and that I wanted to keep on helping the woman with the orphans. I also told them that their actions really hurt me, but that my past actions definitely hurt them too. And I thanked them for not losing their faith in me.
I'm Delphina from New York. My story starts with the day my parents decided to send me away. But before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents loved me a lot, but I missed them because they were always super busy at work. And I don't have any friends, not even the imaginary ones. At least I had my grandma, my Nona, and I would always ask Dad to visit her in Sicily, but he couldn't afford the tickets for us to go every year. So for my 7th birthday, he surprised me by finally deciding to send me to Nona's place with Mom. I was ecstatic, and it was an amazing place, as was my Nona. I had a lot of fun running around her farm and petting the animals. However, the best thing about Nona's farm was the nearby beach, because that's where I met Giulia.
Wow, that sandcastle looks great. Can I join you? Only if you promise to come for a swim with me afterward. But I don't know how to swim. I'll teach you.
Easy for her to say. Giulia swam like a fish, and I had never even set foot in a bathtub. Even as a baby, my parents washed me in the backyard with a bucket and a hose. Plus, I'm not good at trying new things.
Come on, the fish won't bite. There's fish?
I imagined a gigantic shark coming up from the depths of the sea, eating my butt in one single bite. But before I could chicken out, Giulia pushed me in. I flailed, terrified, but the water barely reached my waist.
See? I knew you could do it. Now take my hands and start kicking your feet. Ouch! Don't kick me. Kick the water.
Oops, I accidentally nailed her in the shin. Giulia backed up a few feet before I tried again.
Yeah, just like that.
And that's how I got over my fear of trying new things. Giulia was loud, sunny, and fearless, just like I wanted myself to be. That summer, we got into all kinds of trouble. We stole the fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, raced after the postwoman, and made her lose all her letters. Giulia was also really good at basketball, so we played until the sun went down and Nona called us home. We also invented a million new ice cream flavors, and because we needed so much milk, we had to milk Nona's cow.
Don't you think she's looking at me funny? She's a cow, and you're pulling on her udders. Of course she looks at you funny.
With Giulia, I felt like I could do anything. So we milked the cow, made ice cream, and then ate so much of it that we gave ourselves stomach cramps. Might this be a lesson for the future? Excess of anything is bad, honey. But like all good things, it also ended in a blink of an eye. I was super sad to return home. I had made my first real friend, and now I had to leave her behind. I promised Giulia that I would write to her every day, and I gave her a necklace made out of seashells that we had collected together.
Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you. I'll treasure it for sure.
When I got on the plane, I realized how much I had changed, and it was all thanks to Giulia. Since I wasn't allowed a phone yet, and I had forgotten to get her email address, I would write Giulia actual letters. Each summer, I promised I'd visit, but in the end, I never did. With time, the letters became shorter and shorter, and when I was 14, my life turned upside down when my parents divorced, and I had to move to a new house with my mom. Giulia kept writing to me, but I was shattered, so I didn't feel like replying, and eventually, her letters stopped. Fortunately, my mom had made a lot of money with her novels and sent me to a new, super fancy school. However, I soon discovered that everyone here was obsessed with their looks. There was this one girl in particular, Olivia, who took an instant dislike to me. Look at what she's wearing. Are your parents in the military? Because it looks like you shop at Salvation Army. It was actually from a flea market, but her remarks were still mean. I wanted to return to my old school, but my mom had no patience with my complaints. I'll get you new clothes. What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with the clothes I already have. Other girls would be happy to have an excuse to go shopping. In the end, I found new clothes, and when I walked into school the next day, I could feel everyone looking at me with admiration. Maybe this new school wasn't so bad. But, of course, Olivia still found something wrong with me. Is that a pimple, Delphina? Oh, here, take a mint. Your breath stinks. No matter how hard I tried, every day she found something else to make fun of. Look at her hair. Is it dandruff or lice? Ew. And that was the last straw. I couldn't take her nastiness anymore. Let's see how your hair looks now. So I threw my glass of water right in her face. But Olivia dodged, and the water drenched my teacher. She went ballistic and didn't listen to me. Instead, she sent me to detention for a week with that wicked witch. After that, school was hard because Olivia wouldn't stop bugging me. One time, she literally bugged me. She spilled an ant farm on me. It was a whole thing. Somehow, I survived 2 years, and then my life took another turn when Tristan joined my class in high school. The second I laid eyes on him, I felt my heart start to race and my stomach flip with anticipation.
Or was that from the lunch in the school cafeteria? Either way, I didn't care. I had never seen anyone so handsome in my entire life. And under Olivia's stunned gaze, he walked straight up to me and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Tristan. Can I sit here? I kept staring at him. It was as if we had known each other for an eternity, just like in those romantic movies. Tristan didn't wait for a reply and just sat beside me, and he kept smiling at me. In class, at recess, at lunch. Well, in a matter of days, he became close to me and became the most popular guy in school. He always had the best brands and wore the latest fashion, and he was too good at sports, so he joined the basketball team as well. I was wondering, OMG, he joined it because of me. Well, the more Tristan paid attention to me, the more Olivia got jealous, and her pranks grew cruel. She would drop ketchup in my bag and cut my gym shoelaces. She even threw chewing gum in my hair. OMG, I'm sorry. I was spitting it out, and I don't know how it ended up in your hair. OMG, you're such a liar. Do you always spit your gum 5 feet across the room when you're spitting it out? This is insane. I was about to cry, but when I saw how worried Tristan was, I forgot everything, and he gently pulled it out by using the ice from the cafeteria, and I could see Olivia's face in dismay. The other day, the teacher called Olivia up to answer a question on the board when, rip, as she struggled to stand up, her pants ripped apart. Turned out, someone had put glue on her chair. Surprisingly, no one felt bad for her. I guess that's what you call karma, revenge. Finally, she knew how I felt every day. But who could have glued Olivia's chair? I looked around and Tristan winked at me. Did you do this? Yeah, it was about time that someone taught her a lesson. No one had stood up for me in all that time, and it touched my heart. I discovered that Tristan was a lot of fun, almost as much fun as Julia. And whenever Olivia tried to be nasty to me, Tristan would retaliate with an even bigger prank. Soon, Tristan and I became inseparable. In particular, we enjoyed playing basketball together. Come on, is this all you've got? Let's play another game and I'll show you. We played one game and then another one until it started raining, but we still didn't want to stop. But then I slipped and luckily I landed on Tristan's strong arm. Our eyes met and I felt a spark between us. Wow. He's really handsome, isn't he? I was living a dream. After a few days, it was my birthday, and I could hardly wait for him to surprise me. Or perhaps propose to me. I wasn't ready for a proposal, but I did have a David's bridal catalog, just in case. Yeah. You said something? Me? No. Nothing. What? Do you want to say something? No, just focus on work. Jerk. I was so mad that he forgot to wish me a happy birthday. I couldn't even sleep. I kept tossing and turning. Just then, my phone rang, and it was him. I couldn't wait anymore, so I picked it up on a single ring. Hi, come down, please. What? I looked out, and Tristan was in front of my house. I got so excited that I tried to jump from the window, but then I realized I wasn't Rapunzel. But I didn't feel any less than a princess that day. My mom was away, so it was easy to sneak out of the house and go with Tristan. We drove to a quiet spot where you could see all of the sparkling lights of New York. He finally wished me happy birthday. And man, it was super romantic. The way he looked at me, perhaps he was thinking the same thing. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss, but I have something to tell you. I really like you, Delphina, but there are things about me you don't know, and I'm not sure I'm ready to tell you. You have secrets? I wasn't always the nice guy you know today. What did he mean? What kind of dark secret could he have? I don't know if I can date someone who doesn't trust me. That's okay, I understand, but I still need some time before I tell you. After that, things between Tristan and me became different. I couldn't look at him without wondering what his big secret was, and my imagination was running wild. I still wanted to be his girlfriend, but I felt hurt that he couldn't trust me with a secret. What kind of couple would keep secrets from each other? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed strange that someone like Tristan could be interested in me. After all, when we met, I was the underdog, and he was the coolest guy in school. Maybe this was all a trick of some kind. My suspicions were confirmed one day when I went to basketball practice and I found Tristan and Olivia playing together. They were laughing and he was teaching her how to shoot three-pointers, which was my specialty. And when I saw them close together, I couldn't stand and watch it. I stormed onto the court and slapped him. How dare you? You played with me. What? I thought you didn't like her, but it looks like I was wrong. Everything you told me is a lie. Suddenly, Tristan looked super guilty, and I knew I was right. I ran away. Wait, she told me this was your idea, that you wanted to make peace with her and forget the past.
I didn't believe him. When I got home, I was crying on my bed. I cried so much that I was suddenly sitting in the middle of a small pool. Then I slid onto the floor, and there I noticed an old shoebox under my bed. I pulled it out, dusted it off, opened it, and Giulia's letters. I had almost forgotten about them. I started reading them, and it reminded me how happy I had been that summer. Giulia would have never betrayed me as Tristan had. And since I'm rich now, I bought a ticket to Italy to see my Nona again, and maybe Giulia.
What happened to you, dear? How about school?
It's only for a few days. Can I stay, please? Nona could never say no to me, so I spent the next few days wandering around the places of my childhood. There was so much that reminded me of Giulia, but when I went to see her house, I found it locked. It looked abandoned. I asked around the village, but even if they did remember Giulia, no one knew where she went. Also, one of my teammates texted, confirming that Olivia had really told Tristan that teaching her basketball was my idea. That sneaky witch! Of course she did! I went back to school, ready to apologize, but Tristan ignored me. He wasn't completely wrong. I slapped him, left him, and didn't trust him. Of course, he was angry with me and avoiding me, but I decided to get his attention anyway. I came to school dressed up all fancy, but everyone laughed at me. Then I tried to cook him a fishy surprise and put it in his locker, but it smelled so bad after a few hours that everyone gave him the stink eye. I even tried to dance for him at the basketball game, but I accidentally kicked Tristan as I jumped. But thanks to Olivia, she threw a banana peel on the floor, which made me slip. I was sure I would fall, but Tristan caught me midair.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I know you'd never team up with Olivia.
You know I don't like her.
So, can you tell me your secret now? Tristan looked at me, and he took a big breath. His face got all serious.
Come with me.
Where did he want to take me? But we went to the lockers, and thankfully, the fishy smell was gone. The corridor was deserted because everyone was still at the game. He opened his locker and took out a necklace. It was made of seashells, and I immediately recognized it. I made that necklace, but I gave it to Giulia. How is he Giulia's brother? He must have some connection with her. He was looking at me with a broad, hopeful grin, and suddenly, I remembered where I had seen that smile before. You're
Giulia, but it's Tristan now.
Now that I knew the truth, I was shocked that I hadn't seen it before. That's why Tristan felt so familiar. We had met before. So, this is your big secret?
I was hoping you'd recognize me, but you never did.
You never gave me any clue.
I'm the one who taught you to play basketball.
I walked closer to look at Tristan and compared him to Giulia. Well, this version of him felt right. I couldn't imagine a grown-up version of Giulia that wasn't a boy. Is this why you never got in touch?
Yeah, I was afraid you would reject me, but I missed you too much, so I decided to risk it.
Is the fearless Tristan afraid? Tristan took my hands.
You really don't care that I was born a girl?
Giulia was my first real friend, but you were my first love, and you are perfect just the way you are. Now kiss me. And so he did, and it was the best kiss in the world.
Hey, introducing the harmonica bottle. Hydrate, play, and surprise your friends. Be the star of any party, exclusively on Amazon. Grab yours now and let the fun begin. Link below.
You know those stories about karma? How people will do bad things and then horrible stuff happens to them as a result? Baloney! I don't believe it for a second. Why? Because I try my hardest to be a good person, and I'm still riddled with bad luck. Take one day my freshman year, for example. My alarm didn't go off, so I overslept and was late for school. As I pedaled frantically on my bike, my backpack unzipped itself and all my books and papers flew out. I had to stop and pick them up. When I had finally gathered up all my things, I tried to get back on my bike, but my skirt was stuck in the chain. I tried to wrench it loose and ended up ripping it. Ugh. I was closer to school than home at that point, so I decided to just change into my gym shorts when I arrived. I got on my bike and pedaled as hard as I could. I was so late. All of a sudden, I felt a bump and heard a popping noise. Then my back tire started to sink. No! Anything but this! I had run over a nail and got a flat tire. Dejectedly, I walked my bike all the way to school. I was more annoyed than angry at that point. When I finally arrived, I grabbed a tardy slip from the office, quickly changed into my shorts in the locker room, and went to my first period class. which I had almost missed entirely. Could this day get any worse? Evidently, it could. I had a big assignment due for second period. It was something I worked all weekend on. But when I went to grab it from my backpack, it was missing. I must have missed picking it up when my backpack exploded on the ride over. What did I do to deserve this? I felt like I might cry, but since that wouldn't help solve my problem and would only serve to embarrass me, I held back the tears. Instead, I went to my teacher and explained the problem.
I'm afraid I'll have to dock points for tardiness.
Yes, ma'am. I trudged back to my desk. The rest of class seemed to pass by in slow motion. I sighed in relief when it was finally over. As I headed back to my locker, I heard some girls whispering from behind me.
Wow, what a fashion statement. Think those shorts were on sale at Walmart? Do you think she'll be trying out for the next top model?
They giggled and walked by me. I felt my face getting red. I knew what a disaster my outfit was, but it was out of my control. A girl from my class, Becca, stopped by me and put a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, don't listen to them, Leah. Personally, I like the outfit you've got. It's pretty bold to pair red athletic shorts with a lime green blouse.
She winked at me to let me know she was joking. Thanks, but it wasn't intentional. My skirt got ripped on the bike ride to school.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I always have a sewing kit on hand. Give it to me and I'll have it back to you by lunch.
Thanks, Becca.
Don't mention it.
I have to admit, the good thing about having rotten luck is that you find out who the nicest people are. I smiled to myself and managed to make it to lunchtime. I didn't see Becca in the cafeteria, so I decided to grab a bite and save a spot for her. I passed through the lunch line and got a salad. As I was walking to an empty table, I slipped on a banana peel. I wasn't aware people could actually do that. I thought that was only in cartoons. I fell down, my food spilling all over my shirt. Great. Not only was I publicly humiliated, but even if I got my skirt back, my blouse was still ruined.
You okay?
Becca helped me up, and we sat down together.
Here's your skirt. I tried to fix it up as best as I could. The stitching on the rip is slightly visible, but I tried to hide it as much as possible.
I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I needed something to do in study hall anyway.
I sighed. Becca looked at me in sympathy.
Tough day, huh?
I pointed to my ruined blouse. Well, at this point, it really couldn't get any worse. But this is just par for the course for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've always just had bad luck. You'd better watch out. It might be contagious.
Aw, you don't really believe that, do you?
I shrugged and put my head on the table. It was quiet for a while. Then Becca nudged my arm.
I saw you dropped your lunch. Would you like some of my food?
My stomach growled as a response. Becca and I locked eyes, and then started to giggle. We finished eating just as the bell rang. I was feeling a little better about life after that. Maybe this day was salvageable after all. The rest of the afternoon passed by without anything major happening. I did get hit in the face during dodgeball, but that wasn't necessarily bad luck. I just lack any coordination or athleticism. When school was over, I gathered up my things and was ready to head out. That was when I remembered that I'd have to walk my bike all the way back home. Oh well, at least the day was almost over. I trudged to the bike rack and fumbled with the lock. Suddenly, I heard a car honk behind me.
Leah, do you need a ride?
I do. You're a lifesaver.
Put your bike in the trunk and let's go then.
Man, am I lucky to have a friend like you. Becca laughed.
Well, I guess there's the answer to your question.
What?
You were afraid that you're cursed with bad luck, right? But you just said you're lucky to have me as a friend. So that proves that what you said isn't true.
I paused, thinking about my day. Hey, I guess you're right.
Of course I am. Now hurry up. Maybe we can get some ice cream before I drop you off.
I happily jumped into the passenger seat and off we drove. And that was how my best, worst day came to a close. And that was just one example of a typical day in my life. I found ways to be grateful, even when my days were ridiculous. You would think that incident would have been the worst of my misadventures, but no. When senior year finally came around, I was all set to graduate. But the day of the ceremony, my cap and gown got misplaced. I had to be the only one who walked up on stage without them. On top of that, one of my heels broke when I was walking down the stairs of the stage. Thankfully, I caught myself on the railing. Years of bad luck had prepared me for such occasions. When I got back to my seat, I looked down at my diploma. I bit back a curse as I realized they had spelled my name wrong. The whole ceremony had been a bust, but I was still looking forward to my graduation party afterwards. I had invited all of my friends, and my parents had ordered a bunch of food and set up games and a photo booth. I was really looking forward to it. It was supposed to be at the park, but then a thunderstorm came out of nowhere. We tried to salvage what we could and move the party inside to the local community hall, but we had to share the space with a group that was having a retirement party. That was when my dad got a phone call from the catering service we were using. They wouldn't be able to deliver our food due to the bad weather. I was so disappointed and couldn't hide my feelings. My mom tried to cheer me up. She set up a few games and tried to keep the party going. But soon, the storm knocked out the power, and we were sitting in the dark. I thought the day was ruined. But then, one of the guys from the retirement party found a bunch of candles. Our two groups joined together and played Mafia, told scary stories, and waited out the thunderstorm. I have to admit, it was kind of fun. Though my graduation day didn't turn out like I expected, I was bound and determined to view it in a positive light. I kept that feeling going right up until I left for college. No matter what, I was going to make those coming years the best of my life and shake off that nasty bad luck that had plagued my childhood. My dorm room was okay, just a little small, and I had a nice roommate. We didn't really see much of each other because our schedules were so different, but I didn't mind. I figured I'd make a bunch of friends in my classes and in the clubs I planned to join. I was about halfway through the first semester before my bad luck returned with a vengeance. It was a particularly cold day, and I decided to grab some coffee before my next class. There was a really long line, so I knew I'd be cutting it close, but I was so tired that I didn't care. When I finally got my drink, I rushed to class, but I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and tripped. I crashed into another person, spilling my drink all over the both of us. Thankfully, it wasn't piping hot, or we both might have gotten burned. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry.
No big deal. I wasn't fond of this shirt anyway.
I can pay for the dry cleaning bill.
I swear, it's fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, just embarrassed. I tried to walk around him so he wouldn't notice how red my face was, but when I took a step, my ankle throbbed in pain. I fell back, and the guy caught me.
Looks like you hurt your foot. Let me take a look. I'm studying to be a nurse.
I sat down on a nearby bench and let him inspect my ankle. I grew more and more anxious as I realized that I probably would have to skip my class. I hoped I wouldn't miss anything important.
It seems to be a light sprain. If you want, I can drive you to the nearest doctor.
He was so earnest and concerned that I momentarily forgot about how horribly my day was going. And for the first time, I noticed how cute this guy was. I think I'm just gonna get some ice for it. He unleashed his smile on me, and I felt my heart melt.
Okay, stay here, and I'll get some for you.
He did just that, and we ended up sitting next to each other and talking for the next half hour. So, what's your name?
Sammy.
Thank you for all your help today, Sammy. I'm Leah.
It was my pleasure. Honestly, it was nice to be able to use what I've learned to help someone.
He fidgeted for a bit, then gave me a nervous smile.
Would it be okay if I got your number?
Sure. If my ankle hadn't hurt so much, I would have jumped for joy. After a while, I was feeling better, so I decided to head back to my dorm for the rest of the day. Sammy instructed me to elevate my leg and promised to text me later and check up on me. I spent the evening giddily awaiting his text. And then, I realized something. Becca was right all those years ago. I wasn't cursed with bad luck. I was blessed by it. If all these things didn't happen to me, I never would have had the experiences I did or met the people I know. My phone chimed. It was a message from Sammy.
How are you feeling?
I hesitated, then texted him back. Pretty lucky. Hello, I'm Laura from Denmark. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember much of my dad, but Mom always told me he was a horrible person. Apparently, when I was just a year old, he said one day he was going to buy milk, and he never came back. And since then,
Mom really had issues trusting people. Like once when I was 4, Mom and I were in the elevator at a shopping mall, and there was a nice lady who kept smiling at me. And Mom freaked out. Why are you staring at my daughter? Because she's so adorable. Keep your eyes to yourself, lady.
Mommy, she didn't do anything.
You can't trust anyone these days. What if she wants to snatch you away? Although Mom was kinda boring and strict, she tried her best to give me a good life. She worked as a banker, and we lived in the same apartment building as my favorite Aunt Lily. Since Mom worked long hours, I'd stay with my aunt, who only worked night shifts at a restaurant. Aunt Lily and I looked a lot alike with our blonde hair and green eyes, and she adored me. I loved her too because she was so much fun. But her daughter Emma, who was my age, didn't seem to like me much. Maybe it was because I had better grades or was more athletic than her. Or maybe she hated that Aunt gave me so much attention. Once in 1st grade, our moms took us to a Mother's Day function in the neighborhood. There were so many fun activities like the mother-daughter sack race, but Mom complained that her leg was sore. So my aunt took turns racing with me and Emma. Emma was so slow, but I ended up winning the race with Aunt. When we received a gold medal for winning, Emma went ballistic and pulled it right off my neck.
This is mine because she's my mom. No, it's not. I won the race.
We both started fighting like crazy over the medal, and our moms had to separate us. It was an ongoing battle between me and my cousin, and she could be really evil when she got jealous. Like once in 4th grade, we were on our way to the hairdresser with Aunt when some lady stopped her and asked if I was her daughter. Emma looked at me angrily and then tripped me when I wasn't looking. At the salon, the hairdresser went to get her tools, and Aunt left us for a moment to go to the shop next door. Suddenly, Emma crept up from behind me and chopped off my long ponytail.
Now you look like a silly boy. Emma, why would you do this? Because my mom is my mom, and you need to stay away from her.
I pounced on her and pinned her down, and then I chopped off her hair too.
There, now we're even.
When my aunt and the hairdresser returned, they were shocked, and Aunt was scared to face my mom, since Mom always called her irresponsible. Gosh, Lily, I can never trust you to do anything right. All I wanted was for her to have a fringe. This is a disaster.
It's okay, Mom. It'll grow back.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Mom refused to hear my aunt out, and she left looking upset. Why did Mom always have to be so uptight? Aunt Lily understood me better than my mom. We liked the same jokes, movies, and many other things. And sometimes I wish that Emma had my mom and I had hers. Like once in 8th grade, I wanted to go to my classmate's party, but Mom flatly refused. I don't know this girl or her family. How do I know what kind of people they are? And why is this party so late at night? No, you're not going. But Aunt Lily spoke up for me. Come on, she's a good kid. You can't lock her up forever, you know? Let her go have some fun. Okay, but if anything bad happens, it's your fault. I was having an amazing time at the party until someone suddenly fell from the balcony. Luckily, the person ended up on the trampoline. But as she stood up, I saw to my horror that it was Mom. To make things worse, she got off the trampoline, lost her balance, and crashed straight into a food table. OMG, who are you? You lunatic! I'm gonna call the cops on you for breaking into my house. Do I look like some criminal, you foolish girl? I'm Laura's mom. Oh, there you are, sweetie. Mom, what are you doing here? I was just checking if you were safe. I was the laughingstock of my school after that, and Emma enjoyed every moment of it. When we were in 10th grade, I started noticing that Emma never went straight home after school. So one day, I decided to follow her. She went to the park and sat on a bench. And sometime later, a man wearing a cap turned up and sat next to her. What on earth was she up to? This guy looked really shady, and I had to do something. Emma? Laura, what are you doing here? I was just passing by and I saw you. What are you doing? Oh, please, Laura, you can't tell my mom about this. And then she revealed something shocking. The man was her father. I'd never met him before, but I knew Aunt hated him. Emma, your mom will be pissed if she finds out. I know. That's why you can't tell her. I tried to stay out of it, but I couldn't help noticing that Emma was acting weirder by the day. She was often sneaking out of classes and missing school. And one day when her bag was slightly open, I saw that she had a lot of food and some money inside. It looked like she was stealing from Aunt for her dad. I couldn't keep the secret anymore, so I ended up telling Mom.
Oh no, that's bad news. He's not a very nice person.
What do you mean?
He has a gambling problem. That's why Lily kicked him out. I must tell her about this.
Not just yet. Maybe I can stop her from seeing her dad. I'll talk to her. My cousin was stubborn, and I knew she wasn't going to listen to me. So the next day after school, I decided to get to the park before Emma. And luckily, her dad was already there. Listen, mister, I want you to leave Emma alone.
And who are you to tell me what to do?
I'm her family, and you have to stay away from her.
Sorry, no can do. She's my daughter, and if you try standing in my way, I'll come after you and your mother. I can make your lives miserable.
He looked really threatening, but I bravely stood my ground and told him I'd report him to the police. He looked at me furiously before he walked off. When I told Mom about what happened, she freaked out and insisted that we tell Aunt. But when we went to see Aunt Lily, we found her crying with a letter in her hand.
Emma is gone.
What do you mean, gone? Emma had written in her letter that she was going to live with her dad because she felt that my aunt loved me more. I was speechless because I didn't know that her jealousy towards me affected her so much. We went out searching for her and had no luck for weeks. One day I went over to cheer up Aunt Lily, but to my shock, she told me not to visit her anymore. But why?
You knew all this time that she was seeing her father, but you didn't tell me, and now I've lost my only child. Please, just go away.
It broke my heart that Aunt hated me now, but I had to give her some space. Months later, I came home from school one day and found a hair clip in the elevator that I knew belonged to my aunt. I decided to slip it under her door, but when I reached her floor, I saw Aunt in the corridor being robbed by a masked man. He pulled Aunt's bag and started running away, but I chased him and knocked him down. And when I pulled his mask off, I saw that it was Emma? Well done! You just saved your favorite aunt. Where would she be without you?
Emma, I've been looking for you everywhere. Look, if you want money, I'll just give it to you, but please, just stay.
Why should I? You already have your perfect daughter, and my dad loves me like you love her. She grabbed a handful of cash from Aunt's bag, threw it at her, and fled. Aunt and I just stood there in shock. And then she turned to me.
This is all your fault.
What? Aunt, can you please? But she walked off and slammed her door shut. And after a few weeks, she moved out for good without even telling us where. I was devastated, but Mom didn't seem to care.
Good riddance. I always felt she was a bad influence on you. And clearly she's a bad mother. She just had one child to raise and she couldn't even do that.
No, Mom. She raised two. And she's amazing and understanding. And sometimes I wished she was my mom instead of you. I regretted my words instantly, but I couldn't take them back now. Even though I apologized to Mom later, our relationship was more awkward than ever. After completing school, I started college and found a part-time assistance job at a company so I could move out of my house. One morning as I was getting coffee, I saw Emma dressed in ragged clothes walking across the road, and I went after her. Emma! She looked shocked at first, and then to my surprise, she hugged me. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Laura. What happened to you? Soon after I started living with Dad, he stopped caring about me. I even dropped out of school because he wouldn't pay for it. Because I had to rush off to work, I gave her my address and the keys to my apartment and asked her to wait for me there. But when I got back home, all my things were gone. She had stolen everything from me, even some furniture and all my electronics. Since I hardly had anything at home, I decided to stay at Mom's for a few days.
I'm so glad to see you. You hardly even call.
I know, Mom. I get busy sometimes. I need to sleep over.
Sure, that would be lovely.
She cooked my favorite pasta, and I actually found myself enjoying my time with Mom. Somehow she just seemed lighter.
With you all grown up, I figured I didn't need to work so hard all the time. I joined a women's group, and we do so many fun things together. Also, I've learned so much talking to my new friends. I realized something. I've never made it clear enough that I think you're an amazing kid, Laura. I'm proud of you.
It felt good to hear Mom say that. I think you're a pretty good mom too, and I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise. I then told her about what happened with Emma, and she immediately called Aunt Lily. When Aunt Lily came over, I took her to the street where I'd met Emma, and when we got there, I saw her again. But this time, she was dressed in nice clothes and was walking into a fancy restaurant. Gosh, she stole all my stuff and bought herself new clothes. I'm sorry about what she did, but I have to see her. When we walked up to her table, Emma looked shocked. Emma, please, don't go. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Can you guys please leave? I have a meeting with someone. Oh, who do you have a meeting with? Another thief? What did you do with my stuff, witch? Why were you so stupid to give me your keys? I sold your stuff and my dad has the money, so too bad. You had a good family and you threw it all away to become a criminal. You people are not my family. My dad is, and I'm not a criminal, just street smart. Aunt tried her best to talk some sense into her, but she refused to listen. But just as Aunt and I were leaving, suddenly a rich-looking woman barged into the restaurant with cops and pointed straight at Emma. There she is. She came to work for me as a secretary for 1 week and stole thousands of dollars. I have proof. Arrest her. Aunt and I were horrified as the cops took Emma away, and we followed her to the police station. Emma tried to call her dad, but he wouldn't pick up. The cops looked for him, and it seemed like he'd just vanished. They realized he was the real criminal and Emma was only his accomplice, but she was still given 6 months in prison. Aunt visited her every day, and one day she came to see me too. I'm sorry I blamed you all these years for Emma. It was wrong of me to place such a burden on you. It's okay, Aunt Lily. It's all in the past. After she got out, Emma went back to living with Aunt. I heard she'd started school again, and I was glad for her. Months later, I was sitting in my half-furnished apartment. The bell rang, and I found Emma outside. Hi. I have a surprise for you. When she took me outside, there was a truck full of all the stuff she stole from me. Wow! How did you manage to get it all back? Mom helped me get a part-time job, and I saved up for this. It was the least I could do for you. I'm really sorry that I was always jealous of you, Laura, and I took advantage of you when you were just trying to help me. I'll be better, I promise. I think you already are. Now help me get this stuff into my apartment. Hi, my name is Bella, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Back in the day, it was just me and my awesome mom having a blast together. She was a super cool private investigator, and we were obsessed with Sherlock Holmes. We couldn't get enough of his detective adventures. We'd watch movies, read books, and totally geek out. I wanted to be just like her, solving mysteries and cracking cases. By being an only child, I sometimes felt a tad bit lonely. Hey, Mom, wouldn't Christmas be like a gazillion times more awesome if we had some fam to hang with? Why don't we have more family members around? Who are they? Where are they? Why don't we talk about them? Don't you think it's weird? Bella, trust me. Family can be like that yucky fruitcake that looks good on the outside, but one bite and you're like, nope, I can't handle this. Come on, forget about that, and let's binge watch some Sherlock, or Nancy Drew, or Enola Holmes. But I couldn't help wondering about my mom's family. Like, why was she so hush-hush about them? No matter how hard I dug, I got no clues. So instead, I channeled my detective vibes elsewhere. My school. I was the go-to person when there was a mystery to crack. Bella, my bag disappeared. I think someone stole it. Hold on, I'll get to the bottom of this. Did you leave your bag outside the gym? And doesn't Ashley have the same exact bag as you? I'm pretty sure she picked up yours by mistake. And I saw her going into the locker room with Mike 10 minutes ago, so probably that's where your bag is. Wait, she went in the locker room with Mike, as in my boyfriend Mike? Yeah. Sheesh, you've got things to work out with those two. I'll take my payment later. Bye! Barry and Ashley, why are your homework answers exactly the same? Who copied whom? Allow me to investigate. Let's examine the evidence. Oh, I see. The ink is still fresh on this one, so it appears that Ashley borrowed a few answers from Barry's homework. Nobody likes a Miss Know-It-all, Bella. Just doing some social work. By the way, is it true you wear wigs? Oh, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. As long as you share those cookies you keep hidden in your drawer. I knew
everything in our neighborhood, too. I knew Mrs. Roberts had a crush on her gardener. I knew Mr. Cavill's sneaky dog was stealing Mr. Garfield's dog food. And I knew the thief who was stealing Mr. Andrews' newspapers every morning, a raccoon. One mysterious place that always caught my attention was the spooky mansion 2 blocks from our home that I'd cross on my way to school. Mom had strictly forbidden me from going near it, but one day, when I left school early due to a stomachache, I saw someone staring at the mansion. Mom? OMG, you gave me a heart attack. What are you doing here? Oh, I was out for a jog and stopped to catch my breath. I hope this place gets demolished. If it were up to me, I'd wreck it down in an instant. What? Who's gonna demolish it? No one, but I hope one day someone does, because it's ugly and it gives off bad vibes. Saying that, Mom picked up a stone and hurled it at the mansion, breaking a window. And then she grabbed my hand and we ran as fast as we could. I kept asking Mom why she hated that mansion so much, but she never gave a straight answer. So I decided to sneak in and see if I could find out anything more about the place, or whoever used to live there. The next day, I skipped school to act on my plan. To get inside, I had to climb over the gate, and as I did, I got scared and froze just a few feet up. Luckily, a man and a girl in a car came to help.
Are you all right?
No, just jump. I'm scared of heights.
You're literally just 2 feet off the ground. Here, I'll help you. The girl helped me get down the gate, and as I thanked her, she noticed I had a long scratch on my arm. Aw, you're hurt. Come in, let's take care of this cut. Her name was Anne, and it turned out she and her dad had just moved into the mansion as the new owners. Anne and I instantly clicked, and when I learned she loved mysteries, I was ecstatic. Every afternoon after school, I'd swing by her place and we'd explore the huge mansion, while her dad would be busy with renovations. We even found a secret door to a dumbwaiter right inside Anne's room. Some weeks later, when she joined my school, I was super happy. We stayed together all the time, except for gym class. Anne wasn't able to play sports because of a condition called hypotension, but she would always cheer for me. Soon after, we had a big sports day at school, and my volleyball team lost. After the match, I went inside the school building to use the bathroom, but as I entered the main hallway, I was shocked to see the trophy display case was broken and the cup was spray painted. And before I knew it, some students walked in and they immediately called in the teachers and principal and pointed fingers at me. I swear I didn't do it. Let's not jump to conclusions, everyone. Anne carefully examined the scene for any clues using my magnifying glass. Aha! You see this piece of torn fabric on the display case? It's blue. It's from a boy's uniform, so the culprit has to be a boy. And considering how much Dave is sweating here, and his hands have some paint on them, and he lost the race today, I have my suspicions set on him. Admit it, Dave, you're the culprit. Dave's eyes were darting nervously, and then he tried to run away. I couldn't believe it. Anne's detective skills were incredible. Anne, I can't thank you enough for clearing my name. Aw, Bella, I just did what needed to be done. Remember, I'll always be on your side no matter what. You're my BFF. In just a few weeks, our friendship got even stronger, and I knew she was gonna be my ride-or-die friend forever. Little did we know that everything was about to turn upside down. On my 15th birthday, Mom made a cake. Normally, we always had birthdays where it was just the two of us, but this time, I invited Anne and her dad too. Just as the doorbell rang and I opened the door, Mom took one look at Anne's dad and shrieked, You have some guts showing your ugly face here.
Mavis? Bella, she's your daughter?
Mom? Dad, what's going on? You both know each other? Used to. Not anymore. Get out, now. With that, Mom slammed the door in my guests' faces. She banned me from seeing Anne again, and her dad did the same. Even though we pressed and begged our parents a million times to tell us what was going on, they both refused to answer. But it wasn't like I was just gonna dump my bestie because of Mom, so I hung out with Anne secretly. One time, Anne and I went to the movies together, thinking we had it all figured out. When we came back, we found our parents arguing. Get lost, Asher.
I'm here for Anne. She never leaves without telling me. But since Bella has entered our lives, Anne's been acting out. Your daughter ruined everything.
Oh, just like you and your mom ruined everything when you both came into our lives. And then you went ahead and even stole from me.
Stole from you? Are you crazy? Look, I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a kid, like you. I know you hate our dad for marrying my mom and having another family, but it's not my fault. Why can't you stop blaming me and move on, Mavis?
Anne and I looked at each other in shock. Wait, did he just say, did that mean, could it be? Whoa, my mom and Anne's dad were half-siblings? Just then, they spotted us listening to everything, and Anne's dad whisked her away while Mom dragged me inside the house. He's your brother? I heard everything, Mom.
I had an uncle, a cousin, and you never told me? How could you? Half-brother, that man is a greedy person. He and his mom broke my happy family apart. What the heck? I'd never seen my mom cry before. Mom, are you all right? Bella, Asher was our maid's son. And yes, there was a time when Asher and I were close, like best friends. But everything changed when I found out we were half-siblings. The truth led to a family split, and I ended up living with my mom, while our dad married Asher's mom. The final straw was when he turned Dad against me, and Dad gave him that mansion as an inheritance. OMG, I can't believe this. Please, just listen to me. Stop hanging out with that girl. Promise me, Bella, that you'll stay away from that family. Please, promise me. Mom, okay, I promise. The next day at school, I stayed away from Anne as much as possible. She followed me closely, eager to talk, but I ignored her. It really pained me to do that, but I had to keep my word to Mom. But then one day, just before school clocked out, Anne swooped in and cornered me in the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Bella, why are you ignoring me? I miss you so much. We need to clear the air about that night. We're cousins. Isn't that wonderful? I wish our parents could move past their arguments. They used to be such good friends once. It was circumstances that turned them against each other. No, Anne, your dad's the reason my mom's family broke apart. He's a greedy man. What? My dad... He tried reaching out to your mom so many times to give her, just stop with the blabbering. Anne, I don't want anything to do with you. Not after the way your dad has hurt my mom. You can't possibly mean that. I truly do. Now please, get out of my way. I ran home and cried my heart out. I wanted to tell Mom everything, and I went to her room, but she was on the phone, and what I heard her say shook me to my core. I've sent the papers to Asher's lawyer. I can't believe Asher tried to offer me 50% of the inheritance. I don't want half of it. I want it all. Soon, Asher will be out on the streets and I'll be the sole owner of the mansion. I'm gonna tear it down and destroy it completely. Mom! Oh my God, that's what Anne was trying to tell me. Her dad did reach out to you to give you your share, but you want it all just to get your revenge. Listen, Bella, please. No, please, I need some time alone. I ran to my room, feeling a whirlwind of anger, confusion, and sadness. My relationship with my mom felt shattered, and that hurt, and I had to apologize to Anne too. I climbed out my window and went to Anne's place and told her everything, and she hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're here, and our parents are family. They have to mend their differences. Yeah, but Mom is not in listening mode. Same with my dad. I've never seen him so angry. Just as we were talking, there was a hard knock on the door.
Anne, is Bella there? I told you you're not allowed to meet her.
Oh my God, it's your dad. He'll definitely tell Mom about me coming here. He'll be in so much trouble. I have an idea. I followed Anne, and we both entered the dumbwaiter and slowly went down. But suddenly, the floor beneath us gave way, and we found ourselves falling into darkness, landing with a thud. Anne, are you okay? Can you hear me? Bella, where are we? Oh my God, it's so dark. I'm scared. No need to be scared. I'm here with you. Your dad will come and get us soon. I tried to get the stupid dumb waiter to work and take us back up, but it wasn't budging. It looked like we'd just have to wait for help. But when I turned around, I saw Anne on the floor. What happened? Anne, are you all right? I think it's my blood pressure. I'm feeling so dizzy. Oh God, I had to find a way to get out of here. Fast! I'll be back, Anne. I promise I'll find help. Just hang in there. I started climbing the walls of the dumbwaiter passage, praying for a miracle. Each step was a struggle against my own fear of heights, my hands gripping onto any foothold I could find. I pushed all thoughts aside and just focused on reaching the top. Finally, I saw a glimmer of light above me. I shouted even louder for help, hoping Anne's dad would hear. Anne's dad opened the window to the dumbwaiter and reached out, but I could feel myself slipping, and just as I was about to fall, he leaned and gripped me tight.
Hold on, Bella. I've got you.
Once I was outside, I took a deep breath and saw Mom was there too. Oh my God, Bella, are you okay? Where's Anne? She's down there. She's not doing so great. I think her blood pressure is dropping. We need to get her fast.
Oh God, I can't just sit and wait for the rescuers to come. I have to get Anne.
Wait, I'll go. It'll be easier for me to fit inside and grab Anne. Mom quickly descended into the dark passage and climbed back up with Anne on her back. Anne's dad quickly gave her the medicine she needed, and the rescuers arrived at the scene.
My girl, you're safe. Oh, I can't thank you enough, Mavis.
No need to thank me. I should be the one apologizing, actually. I was blinded by my need for revenge. Growing up, I had so much hatred in my heart that I pushed my only family away from me. I realize my mistake now. I'm so sorry. Mom and Anne's dad got talking, and I was so relieved to see them hug. Bella, you climbed up for me. Facing your fear of heights, I'm so lucky to have a BFF like you. I'll always be there for you, Anne. We're not just BFFs. Hey, we're family. From that day forward, our connection became even stronger. Mom accepted her share of the mansion, and her relationship with her brother repaired over time. During summer break, Anne and I even worked as interns at my mom's detective agency. She told us that we both had great potential. You two could be just like Sherlock Holmes and his companion, Dr. Watson. I'll be Sherlock. No, I'm always Sherlock. Please, pretty please. Okay, fine, I'll be Watson, but as long as we work together as a team.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She'd been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her.
Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you.
Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison.
How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired.
Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you gonna do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it two, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me, and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons.
My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way.
Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing?
You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up. Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. "Is that for me?" Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie. "Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb?" "Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us." Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. "My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her." "Girlfriend?" As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. "Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are gonna hate me forever." "Are you mad?" "Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends." "Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?" What do you mean?" "Can I hold your hand?" No. "I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?" Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way." Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. "I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on." "You have plenty of time now." "I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl." "Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me." "Duke, she cares about you." Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. "But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now."
"Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?"
Shut up, Harper. "Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding." Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend." "What?" "I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend."
"Since when do you have a girlfriend?"
"Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business." Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. "Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset." "I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much." Do you have kids, Mr. Cross?" "A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime." Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. "I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back." Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. "Holy mighty horsey!" Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy. Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm gonna pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here? Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love.
Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates.
and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally.
When you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
Oh, my heart. This gets me every time. God, where are these men hiding? As Mom threw her bowl away angrily, my BFF Lauren walked in. Did I come at a bad time? Oh, no. We're just watching rom-coms and crying. The usual. Come on, join us. I was mostly a normal teenager, even a successful one. I'd inherited Mom's good looks, had plenty of friends, and I got good grades. My only problem was that I was always looking for love, and I fell for guys way too easily. Like there was Anthony in freshman year, who was the one, until he stopped calling and pretended he didn't know me at school. Or Leo, who forgot to tell me that he was moving to California till he had already moved. And most recently, Mark, who suddenly told me he was becoming a priest and couldn't date girls anymore. I don't get it. These guys seem to like me, and it's going great, and then I don't know what happens. They go out with you because you're pretty and cool, and then you lose your mind and drive them away. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. How about when you told Anthony on the second date that you were in love with him? Or Leo, man, you looked deep into his eyes and said you could see his soul. Or Mark, you sang a song for him at his sister's wedding. You weren't even invited. I just wear my heart on my sleeve. You come on too strong, and you always pick the wrong guys. They look like your dumb idea of Prince Charming, and they're exciting, but they're not right for you. Okay, but look at this guy I bumped into at the coffee shop today. He asked me out. Lauren immediately set a calendar alert for 6 weeks. What's that for? When you guys break up? This time it's different. I'd love to be wrong about this, but she was never wrong. 6 weeks, like clockwork, the end. And I would scream into my pillow and swear off stupid boys forever. Till the next one, of course. Lauren always supported me, but after watching my summer romance crash and burn before senior year, she'd had enough. I can't watch you go through this again. Listen, why don't you let me choose someone for you? I know you inside out, and I'll pick someone right. I'll try anything at this point. Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, you have to go out with my pick. Deal. And you have to get to know him before you decide you're in love. Don't rush into it. Agreed? And you can't reject him until you've had at least 3 dates. Done. We wrote it into a contract and signed it. Lauren was taking her research very seriously, and I couldn't wait. But that Friday, I came home from school to find moving trucks next door. I casually looked out my window, and that's when I saw him. He was carrying boxes, and it was a hot day, so he took his shirt off, and I nearly fell out. The boy was a freaking work of art, and his smile, brighter than the sun. I wished I was the box he was carrying inside his house. Maybe on our wedding day? Snap out of it, idiot! I really tried, but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So 2 days later, I went over to introduce myself. I rang the doorbell, but suddenly I lost my nerve. I turned around to run, and I tripped, and I landed face flat in mud. Someone helped me up, and I turned to the son of Zeus himself. Hey, you okay? That must have been a bad fall.
Oh, this? No, you've got it all wrong. See, we don't have mud at our place right now, so I just came over to do a mud facial. It's really good for your skin. You should try it. Not that you need it. No, sirree.
I've seen you around, and you don't need it either. You're really pretty and all. I'm Brett, by the way.
He held out his hand, and when we touched, fireworks. I don't remember much from that moment, except that he said he was going to start at my school on Monday. I practically floated back home. I couldn't wait to tell Lauren. Except the next day at school, she told me she'd finally picked someone for me. Lauren was explaining her decisions by the locker, but my eyes were busy scanning the hallways for Brett. Are you hearing any of this? Of course, yeah, sure, thank you. But just then, Brett walked up to me, smiling.
Hey, I was hoping to run into you. Think you can show me around later?
I would love to. As he walked away, Lauren turned towards me angrily. No! What do you mean, no? You have to go with the guy I picked. You signed a contract, remember? I know, it's just that... La, can't hear you. Okay, fine. Lauren had picked out this guy, Steven, and she forced me to talk to him. We'd been going to school together for years. He was perfectly nice and even cute in a skinny, geek kind of way, but I didn't feel that spark. Still, I agreed to go out with Steven on Friday night because of that stupid contract, but I couldn't get Brett off my mind. Every day that week, we met after school in his kitchen, did our homework together, and just got to know each other. I found myself falling for him, hard. On Thursday, I learned he was falling too.
So, wanna go out with me tomorrow night?
I can't. It's just this stupid thing I agreed to do for my friend. She picked someone for me and I committed to this date this Friday.
What about Saturday then?
Saturday sounds perfect.
The next night was my date with Steven, and it was interesting. I always thought he was shy, but once he got talking, it was hard to stop him. He was smart and made super lame jokes that he cracked up over himself, which made me laugh, but I decided to come clean. Look, this was great, but I kinda have my heart set on someone else right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. That's a relief, actually. I'm coming out of a relationship and I'm not ready for anything serious. So, who's the guy?
It's my new neighbor. It was like love at first sight, like he's my soulmate, you know?
No, I don't actually. I think that whole idea is stupid.
What? Why?
'Cause it's stupid? Like what? We're supposed to believe that Cinderella and her prince found true love after dancing for 2.5 minutes?
There are so many other examples.
Romeo and Juliet, those morons didn't live long enough to discover there were probably better people out there for them.
How can you not believe in love?
You have to know someone with all their flaws and then decide if you still like them enough to want to be with them. I believe in love, just not your dumb fairy tale version of it. How old are you, 10?
Gosh, you're so rude. I flung a glass of water in his face before I stormed out. Who is this jerk to judge me? I had to break the contract. No way was I going on 2 more dates with this guy. Lauren wanted to know all about my date, but I decided to tell her the details later. I had my date with Brett the next night, and that was amazing. We grabbed a quick bite from this burger joint and then went to a party with other seniors. I couldn't believe how quickly he had made friends with everyone. People just gravitated towards him, and I loved that. We danced all night, and standing next to him, I felt important. We kissed for the first time on my porch. I walked inside feeling excited and dizzy, and then I found Lauren sitting on my bed. Yeah, she knew. I'm so sorry. I was gonna tell you, it's just this time, it's really real. Lauren pulled out her phone and started flicking through it. He's incredible. He's confident and fun, and we went to this party. Lauren, can you please look at me? What are you doing? 6 weeks. Just setting my alert. Come on, don't be that way. Why did you go out with Steven in the first place? Why did you ask me to do any of this? You put so much more faith in random guys than you do in people who actually love you. Steven turned out to be a jerk, okay? He and I have nothing in common, but with Brett, it's something I've never felt before. I have to give this a chance. Okay, 6 weeks. And you know what? Just turn that alert off. You jinx my relationships. Oh, it's my fault now? I'm not turning it off. Yes, you are. Give me that. We both ended up wrestling like crazy over the phone, but as I pulled at it, it suddenly went flying and smashed into the wall. I tried to apologize, but Lauren just stormed off. I'd never really had a falling out with her, and it didn't feel good. But if she couldn't support me being with Brett, then I wasn't talking to her. Brett and I were inseparable, and every weekend we went to some new exciting place or party. I'd never felt so happy. Maybe I was finally done with all the dates and all the boys, but after a perfect month, things slowly started changing. Brett seemed a bit distant. He didn't want to go out on dates or parties so often now. When I asked him about it, he said he missed hanging out with his friends and wanted to spend more time with them. But I had this nagging feeling, and I'm not proud of this, but I followed him from his house to the other end of town, watched him walk into a house party, then watched him kiss another girl. I stormed up to him and grabbed him by his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Kiara, you followed me?
You're cheating on me.
Look, can we please not do this here?
OMG, is this your crazy ex you were just telling me about? The one who has a whole journal for your future wedding? Girl, I saw the pictures, and you're pathetic. My what? You went through my things and took pictures?
I just found it under your pillow one day. What were you thinking, planning our wedding? You even had pictures of what our kids would look like. Who does that?
What I do in private is none of your business, and I never said anything to you.
But it was about me, and it's just creepy, okay? And I guess it made me realize that you're way more into me than I am into you.
And you weren't even man enough to break up with me? You just started seeing someone else? You know who does that? A stupid jerk. I pushed him so hard that he fell on his new girlfriend, and I ran out of the party in angry tears. As I waited for an Uber outside, someone gently took my hand. It was Steven. Oh, perfect. You were here to see everything. Go ahead, gloat, laugh at me.
I don't want to do that, Kiara. He's a jerk. This is not your fault.
No, but it is, because I'm so in love with the idea of being in love that I ignore the signs. I've seen him flirting with other girls, and I know he's full of himself, but I just felt so lucky that he chose me. That is pathetic, isn't it?
What can I do to make you feel better? Can I take you home?
Could you take me to Lauren's? I found Lauren in her room, and I just burst into tears. She immediately put her arms around me like she'd done every time in the past. You have to see how valuable you really are. You give too much of yourself to people who don't deserve it. What I don't deserve is a friend like you, but you're stuck with me anyway. Lauren stuck with me in the weeks that followed, and she wouldn't let Brett come near me in school when he tried to apologize. But Brett was persistent. Finally, I agreed to meet him on my porch, and for the first time, he didn't seem so confident.
I made a terrible mistake, Kiara. I just got freaked out over nothing. And not being with you made me realize how I really feel about you. Please, give me another chance.
It would have been so easy to just fall into his arms. No, I'm too valuable to give you any more of my time. It's over, we're over. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on the bleachers when Steven joined me.
I need to apologize for our date. I had no right to judge you.
Yeah, you didn't, but you weren't wrong. And for the record, I was enjoying our date till I got mad at you.
I was enjoying our date too, till you told me you liked someone else. I lied about my breakup, just so I sounded like I wasn't interested either. But actually, I've kinda had a crush on you for years. I was really excited when Lauren set us up.
Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, Lauren thought we'd be perfect together. I was actually supposed to go on 3 dates with you.
3 dates, huh? So you owe me 2 more?
I guess I do. Lauren was just coming up as he walked away. What was that about? I'm completing the contract. She smiled and pulled out her phone. 6 weeks? Not this time. Not anymore.
What are you doing? I gasped in horror as my mom tore apart our kitchen. She had 5 garbage bags full of perfectly good food. I am making sure you stay nice and healthy, she responded as she turned her attention to me. It was a pathetic image. I was hugging a bag of baby carrots for dear life. She snatched them out of my hands and threw them into a bag. As she dragged the garbage bags to the curb, she told me it was for my own good. I was devastated. I couldn't believe some yoga freak had convinced her to throw away hundreds of dollars worth of food. If you think this is bad, wait till you hear what I did get to eat. Before I get into why a weird lady with hairy legs is the reason no one calls me by my old name anymore, take the time to like this video and subscribe to the channel. If you do, you'll have 10 years of good health. Trust me, I know a little something about health. I know that parents just want you to be healthy, but my mom takes it to a new extreme. See, my mom always prided herself on being a health nut. I never ate processed sugar or even meat. I grew up on all organic and vegan foods. I remember this one time she tried to throw a birthday party for me and she made a cake out of tofu, salad dressing, and carrots. One of the kids literally threw up. Things didn't get any better as I got older either. One time, she packed me an organic lunch, and it smelled so bad, they evacuated the class. The principal thought it was a gas leak. It was actually just my smelly cabbage casserole. But her fitness obsession wasn't the only freaky thing about her. You would not believe the crazy things she did to stay up with the latest trends. She literally embarrassed herself and me on national television. I didn't legally change my name for no reason. She went through phases faster than a middle school girl. One day, she'd be dressed all preppy and sporty. The next, she was going out looking like a goth. One time, when I was 6, I went to a friend's place for a sleepover. And when I came home, I didn't recognize my own mom. I cried so hard because I thought my mom had left me. I used to think that her worst phase was the time her friend convinced her to join a cult. She actually shaved her head and painted her skin green. But boy, was I wrong. That wasn't a patch on what I'm going to tell you next. The worst thing was that the person behind my misery wasn't a creep with green skin. This time, it was a seemingly harmless lady with a sweet smile. So I really didn't see it coming. Even worse, I may have brought them together. I was an aspiring singer and actress, and I often performed at the community center and local theater. My mom met her at one of my performances and immediately became her best friend. She was calm and relaxed. I was actually pretty relieved about my mom meeting someone who was actually normal. So I encouraged Mom to invite her over to dinner one night. Oh, how I cursed my stars for that moment. Because when her friend came over, Mom put out a nice spread of salads using vegetables from her own garden. She was certain she'd impress her friend, but her yogi friend stuck up her nose and gagged with disgust. "I thought you were healthy," she sneered. I practically choked on the bean sprout I popped in my mouth. She went on to list all the dangers of food and talked about how the government can track you through carrots and that there are magic spells in nuts. My mom nearly died of embarrassment. I burst out laughing. I thought she was kidding at first. I asked her if she didn't eat food, then what does she eat? Apparently, she had been waiting for someone to ask because she whipped out a suitcase full of tablets. She explained that she was the CEO of a special company that sold the only safe things to eat on the market. I told her she was insane. But guess who bought it all? Yep, my mom. Seriously? I know you're friends and all, but $1,000? I asked. I told my mom it was a scam, but she was super positive that this was the food of the future. In fact, she even got so paranoid about government tracking that she made me wear a hat made of tinfoil that, you guessed it, was sold to her by her yogi friend. I figured it would blow over in a few days, like her last few phases. But I was very, very wrong. The next evening, when we sat down for a meal, she poured those stupid tablets on my plate. I asked her to make me a sandwich, and you would have thought I'd slapped her. She glared at me and refused to give me anything else. She said there was no way on earth she could do me such harm. In fact, she said she would throw away all our food. For the next month, I lived off of granola bars and vegetables I stole from the garden. I even ordered one of those snack boxes and hid all the chips in my room. I would literally drool whenever I saw a commercial for McDonald's or Pizza Hut on the TV. My mom, though, she seemed perfectly content eating those stupid tablets. One day, I'd had enough and decided to have a real meal. One of my biggest crushes, Bruce, had asked me out on a date the day before, and I texted him that I was ready to be picked up immediately. I let my mom know I was going out and ran out the door before she could say anything. I hopped in his car and told him I wanted to go anywhere. I was starving. My phone was blowing up with tons of warnings about staying away from food and how I forgot my special hat. It was so annoying that I shut off my phone so she wouldn't wreck my evening. But to be honest, I managed to ruin my day all by myself. He kept trying to make deep conversation and connect with me. Unfortunately, my body had a mind of its own. See, every time it was my turn to talk, my stomach would growl. I tried shifting in my seat to make it look like it was just the chair squeaking, but it was obvious that sound was coming from me. I just hoped he didn't think I was farting on our first date. I was so embarrassed. And to make matters worse, he seemed embarrassed for me. He was going to take me to the movies, but when he saw how much my stomach was growling, he asked if I wanted some real food. I'd never nodded so hard in my life. He took me to a pizza place all my classmates hung out at. Due to my mom's obsession with healthy food, I'd never eaten pizza before, and I couldn't be more excited. I mean, I didn't know if I was more excited to see Bruce or the pizza he took me out for. By the time our food came out, I was drooling. I literally had a puddle on my new top. It was actually pretty embarrassing when Bruce asked me if I'd spilled water on my shirt. But my evening was about to get even worse. Just as I was about to bite into the juiciest slice of pizza I'd ever seen, someone slapped it out of my hand. I almost cried as I watched the pizza fall to the floor. I whipped around and saw that my mom was there, and she was furious. I wanted to scream. Then, to make matters worse, she started shouting at me. She went on this long rant about how crazy and idiotic I was to eat food after I'd heard about the spells in the tracker. She kept trying to hand me the stupid metal hat, which ruined my hair and made me look like an insane robot. "Who is this crazy lady?" Bruce asked. "I would be her mother, young man," she shouted back. I wanted to crawl under the table, and that's exactly what I did. My hiding was rather short-lived as my mother dragged me out from under the table and pulled me back to her car. I had a feeling I wasn't going to get asked on a second date. To be honest, I was sadder about leaving the pizza behind. After that, Mom strengthened her iron fist. As I ran out of snacks, I grew hungrier by the day. This was bad news all around. See, if I get too hungry, I get hangry. I get mad and moody and snap at everything. I just wanted to eat real food. My mom saw I was upset and decided to surprise me with the news that I'd been called back for an audition I was particularly hyped about. I was glad, but at this point, I'd be happier if I got an apple. What I wouldn't do for a nice, juicy apple. To my utter disgust, my mom even brought her stupid yogi friend to watch in the audience. My mom said it was for support, but I could see her friend was looking to sell her dumb products to anyone she ran into. Today is not about that, though, I told myself. Today is about me. I was excited, but something felt off. I told my mom I was starving, and she just gave me a new round of tablets. They looked a little different from the ones I'd taken before, but I was too tired to even question it. Unfortunately, when it was my time to walk up and perform, I wasn't as prepared as I wanted to be. As I walked on the stage waving to the camera, I lost my balance from dizziness and tripped. If falling wasn't bad enough, I literally crashed into the musicians and even broke a guitar. Everyone started booing me. I stood up to try to show them my skills and make up for my blunder, but my stars had something else in store for me. I projectile vomited all over the crowd. I ran backstage without even seeing, as if I could now. I wanted this day to end, but judging by the numbers of cameras pointing at me, I wasn't forgetting this day anytime soon. I also was not talking to my mom anytime soon. This was totally her fault. I ran out of the hall. Thankfully, Mom was nowhere to be seen. I decided to go and get myself something to eat from the McDonald's across the street. It was trashy, but I deserved a burger right about now. When I walked through the door, I shrieked. It was my mom. She was sitting by herself at a corner table and had a hamburger half jammed into her mouth. I couldn't believe it. I ran straight over to her. So the pill diet isn't good enough for you, but it's good enough to ruin my life? Horrified, my mom asked why I wasn't on stage. She obviously hadn't even bothered to watch me. Instead of supporting me, she was cheating on the diet she forced on me. She said she could explain, and it was just a one-time moment of weakness. But no way was I buying that story. I was so disgusted. I decided I would rather starve than talk to her. But that's when I remembered. I was on the other side of town, and I was starving. I realized that my last hope was the only person I never wanted to face again. My stomach grumbled, and I knew I didn't have a choice. I made the call. Bruce came surprisingly fast. Turns out, he had come to watch me. Instead of laughing or making fun of me, though, he was super sweet. He even stopped and got me a milkshake so we could hang out. He then brought me to my empty house, where I packed up all my stuff and went to live with Bruce. I was done with whatever crazy things my mom had going on. I even filled out paperwork to legally change my name, so I would never have to be associated with that embarrassment who puked all over the stage. Bruce took me out on a date to take my mind off of everything. We decided to check out this fancy place that opened up on the other side of town. When we walked in, I saw someone fall out of the chair and break a glass. I ran over to help. And who did I see? None other than my mom. Again? One time weakness my butt. She had seen me walk in and was hiding from me. That's when I saw what she had on her plate. A steak! Was this what she always did? This time, I wasn't going to ignore her. I was furious. She was such a hypocrite. She begged and pleaded to explain why she did what she did. She said that when she was my age, she struggled with body image issues and had lost a big break because she had binged on junk food and gotten deathly sick right before an audition. Quite ironic, I thought, given that I'd ended up doing the same trying to starve myself. She said she thought that if she raised me on a strict diet to stay lean and thin, I would be successful and not miss my chance just because of bad eating habits. There was just one small problem. She couldn't lead by example, so she would go out and buy hamburgers and fries in private. Unfortunately, though, my problems didn't end there. Even after we made up, I couldn't go back home. My mom lost her house because of how expensive her friends' treatments were. Between tablets and crazy privacy devices, she was over $300K in debt. I nearly fainted when she said that. Sure, we weren't poor, but we weren't that well off to just throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars like that. I demanded that my mom go and confront her yogi friend immediately because we were getting our money back. This was actually the first time my mom was going to visit her home. I imagined the smelly hippie living in a trailer park or a tent in someone's backyard. This lady was living like a queen. She had a huge mansion covered with gold statues and a giant fountain. When we knocked on the door, a butler answered. We asked if it was the right place, and he said it certainly was. Only problem was that just a few hours ago, the police had taken her away. The police? We were in shock. We drove down to the station and joined a large group of people out front. When we asked what the big crowd was for, it turned out they were all also looking for the lady. That yogi lady scammed hundreds of people out of millions of dollars. Sometimes she was a nun selling magical holy water that she scooped out of the sewers. Other times she was a hippie that sold dog pills as supplements. Hearing that I had spent months eating nothing but dog pills made me almost projectile vomit on the crowd. If nothing else, this story has a bit of a happy ending. See, we ended up getting $2 million in our settlement case against her. It was more than enough for my mom to get a new house and me to start my career as an actress. I'm grown up and moved out now, but I do meet my mom for a weekly dinner. She still tries to be healthy, but in a good way. I like to say that she learned her lesson about being gullible, But she just asked me and my now boyfriend to come to some mysterious spa that will change my life forever. Wish me luck.
Go, run. I ran up the basement stairs with Ryan right behind me. We sprinted out the door, and I paused to catch my breath. My teeth were chattering. Here. But then he hobbled out of his house. Get back here. We gotta go. How far can we go on the ice? Hi, my name is Melody Walker, and I'm from Whittier, Alaska. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was from the tiniest town, and my house was even further away, tucked between these frosted mountains. And I loved to play or roll in the snow, but what I loved most was whenever we had to go into town. The people bustling from shop to shop, the cars whooshing by, and the laughter all around. And when I saw kids, I knew I had to be friends with them. If only I could stay in town a little longer. By the time I turned 6, my parents had started homeschooling me. It was fun in the beginning. I could go to class in my pajamas, I could turn in homework late by batting my eyes, and our cafeteria was open 24/7.
If I ate 2 cookies and then I'm gonna eat 2 more cookies?
That's too many cookies. But when I would watch TV or a movie, well, school looked totally different. I had no desk, no detention, and of course, no dances. I complained sometimes to my parents, so they did everything they could to cheer me up. We would play hide and seek or a game of chicken, a modern family one, or become anchors of our own imaginary show. My dad even tried to teach me to waltz. I only crashed into 1 or 2 vases. Still, it felt like maybe I was missing something. Like I had no one to give my friendship bracelet to or ask me to the prom. And when I was 15, my life took a sudden turn. My dad got a promotion, so we were moving to the city. And I was ecstatic. I can finally have friends and maybe a boyfriend like MSA. But it wasn't that easy. I wish there was a handbook for high school. I had so many questions. How do you get in line for lunch when the crowd never ends? And where do you sit in class? Why do all these kids leave that wobbly chair for me that keeps bumping me in the back? Soon, I felt like I wasn't fitting in, but I wasn't a quitter. So I remembered how kids would act on TV shows or movies, and I tried the same with Amy, who was sitting next to me.
What are you doing?
Oh, you gave the right answer, so I thought I'd...
No, we don't high five. What are you, 10?
And it got me. Alone during lunches, alone during class, and alone during dances. Maybe I wasn't cool, but maybe if I was smart, I would finally make some friends. So I posted my tests with an A+ on my locker and on my Instagram stories. Neither worked. And then I did something I shouldn't have. Mrs. Smith, didn't you want to pass out that quiz before class was over? You can guess what's next. But at least my teachers liked me. They knew I tried hard, maybe too hard, and word got around to the principal. He tracked me down one day and asked me to join the school's newspaper. You're pretty good at academics and writing, and the paper needs some help. And it was a ton of fun. It helped the day fly by, and I ended up hearing the gossip from everyone. I heard where to get the best spray tan, which corner of the library was best for, you know, and that Jessica P. stole Jessica's R's homecoming crown and wouldn't give it back. By the time I was 17, I was writing full articles and editorials in my free time. I also got to interview school hotshots, the big leagues, like cheerleaders and athletes. And finally, I was assigned to talk to Ryan, the captain of the hockey team, with a killer smile. So Ryan, how do you deal with the team pressure? Lonely?
I'm feeling lonely, lonely. Stop glancing and tell me, hold me, hold me.
I totally blurted it out. I slapped my hand over my mouth. As my face burned red hot, I immediately regretted serenading him. Ryan laughed, and I turned to hide my embarrassment, but my feet twisted over each other, and I fell back on Ryan. Whoa, you have a lot of school spirit. Are you okay? Oh, yeah. Oh, Melody, be professional. I took a deep breath and tried to recover. Are you excited for next week's date? Game? Next week's game? We're pumped, and I like a good date. Game. That smile again. I felt like I'd melted into a puddle. From that day on, everything changed, and my heart fluttered whenever he was even in the same room as me. And once, when I was in the cafeteria trying to merge into the lunch line with no luck, I was about to give up when a hand tapped me on the shoulder. You can stand in line with me. I spun around to make sure he was talking to the right person. Yes, you. Everyone gets feral at lunchtime. It felt like everyone had disappeared, and it was just him and me. I couldn't think of a single word to say, but spit it out. I believed you, I'm so stupid. I cringed at myself, but Ryan just laughed. Could this be the start of something? And then one day, as I was washing my hands in the bathroom, I saw Amy crying in the corner. I went to put my arm around her for a hug.
What is wrong with you? Don't touch me.
I'm sorry, you looked so sad. Amy rushed out of the bathroom and ran into the principal.
It is way past the bell. Where's your hall pass?
She's with me, sir.
Is she?
I'm interviewing her for, a story about the new tater tots. He angrily shuffled around the corner. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. That old man, he's a weirdo and always yelling and ranting and would love to give attention to everyone. Well, it seems like you were having a tough day. Yeah, boy trouble. Amy invited me to sit at her table for lunch. This was what I needed. I had a group of girls to hang out with every day, gossip about boys, or just share fries. Amy was cool. She gave me advice on how to wear my hair and which season my colors were in. We even worked on a history project together. I helped Amy get an A, and she helped me get out of that wobbly seat in the back of the classroom. And one day at lunch, everyone was buzzing about a party.
Are you doing anything tonight? I can get you an invite.
Oh, I don't know. I felt like one of the girls. I was also included. I have real, true friends now.
Kelsey can pick us up. Come on, there will be really cute guys there.
Like, anyone from the hockey team? Like Ryan?
Of course, he wouldn't miss it.
My first real party, and I had nothing to wear. I dug through my clothes like I had made mountains of rejected outfits until I found the perfect one. As snow lightly fell, Amy's friend Kelsey pulled up with Amy in her car with her two other friends, Allie and Emma. We drove to the house on the very top of a hill. The music was bumping and we could hear laughter. In the cafe, Amy and her friends pulled me into the dancing. Even though I couldn't dance to save my life, I felt at ease in my little friend circle. After a while, I cut my way out of dancing to look around for Ryan, but he was nowhere, so I joined others around the pool table.
Do you play?
It was Ryan. I nervously choked on my words. Do I play pool?
Do you?
No, I don't. But I could. That doesn't seem too hard. Did I do this right at all?
Yeah, not quite. First of all, you hold the cue stick in the other direction.
The other direction. I knew I was missing something.
Let me show you.
Ryan stood behind me and moved my hands on the cue stick.
It's all about angles.
He put his arm around my arm and showed me how to shoot. I could feel his breath, and I got goosebumps. As we played, I didn't even notice the other people trickle out. I looked at my phone and gasped. I gotta go. My parents are gonna freak out. I've never been out this late.
Do you need a ride? It looks like the storm picked up.
Whoa, a ride with Ryan? And just then, my imagination went wild in my head. I could see us sitting in the car, our hands brushing against each other as we tuned the radio. I might even say, "Oops, I'm sorry," just to make it happen again. And when it was time for me to leave, Ryan would come running out of the car and say,
"Melody, you forgot your phone."
I would know that I did it on purpose, but I would pretend to be surprised. Then I would take a step towards my house, and he would grab my hand, spin me around, and kiss me. And just then, Amy popped in.
No, Ryan. She's getting a ride with me and Kelsey. She doesn't need your stupid truck.
Okay, no problem. Thought I'd offer. See you later, Melody.
Amy crushed my dreams badly, and with a heavy heart, I waved goodbye to him.
Don't get your hopes up. He's a massive flirt. I think Kelsey is in her car.
We walked outside, and all the other cars were gone, including Kelsey's. Where are you? I don't have any service. The wind had picked up and was whipping around us. Everyone tried their phones, but with no luck. I shuffled up back to the cafe, but the lights were out. This door's locked. We've got to do something before we turn into icicles. There's another house just down the way. We can go there. It's closer to town, so we'll probably get reception. Probably. The four of us waddled down the street in our dresses, slipping and sliding as the snow whirled around us. We arrived at the front door and knocked. No one's answering. Amy looked under the doormat, and then, under a frog statue, she pulled out a key. Too easy. I don't know if we should break into someone's house. We're not breaking into someone's house if it's already open. I don't know if the police will agree with us, but my hands are turning blue, so we crept into the house. It was small and creaky and smelled like an old wet towel. Let's see if they have chips. I walked past the mantel and looked at the owner's photos. The face looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I could hear whimpering noises coming from the basement. You guys, you hear that? I opened the basement door, slowly made my way down, and found crates and crates of puppies. But they looked hungry, and I could feel that I would be their next meal. The basement door slammed shut. I ran up to the door, but it was locked. Amy? Ellie? Emma? Hello? I pushed as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't budge. I was left alone for hours, out in the rural parts when there wasn't any cell service. I was so scared, but somehow I gathered myself, and I remembered there was one number that could get through.
Hello, 911? What's your emergency?
I'm locked in a basement, and I can't get out. A door slammed, and I knew the owner of the house must be back. A bad feeling crept into my stomach. Whoever keeps dogs like this in their basement must be dangerous and crazy. I needed to get out of here pronto.
What is your address?
Up on a hill? I had no idea where I was. I could hear a man's footsteps upstairs, and the puppies started barking like crazy. I think I'm on a pine hill or a peanut hill. Something with a P, that's for sure. I picked up a crowbar just in case I needed a weapon to defend myself. The door swung open.
Melody?
Ryan, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you, and when I didn't reach you, I called Amy. She told me that she left when she'd been waiting for you around here but couldn't find you. So I came here, and then I spotted your scarf.
Yeah, but she was here. Anyway, I've been trying to call for help, but I don't even know where I am. Ryan took the phone.
Hi, 1430 Pepper Lane.
Pepper! I was close.
What are all these puppies? Some shady person may definitely be selling them illegally.
Another thud exploded upstairs, and a shadow appeared. Principal Crabapple?
What are you kids doing here? Breaking and entering is a crime, don't you know?
I'm sorry. I got trapped here when I was looking for help. Please let us go. It's all a misunderstanding.
And we don't know anything about the puppy mill, and we will never speak about this to anyone.
The principal's eyes darted around the room, crazy and frantic.
I can't trust you. You won't be getting my secret.
He lunged at me, and I threw the crowbar at him, and it landed on his foot. He started hopping like mad.
Go, run.
I ran up the basement stairs with Ryan right behind me. We sprinted out the door, and I paused to catch my breath. My teeth were chattering.
Here.
But then he hobbled out of his house.
Get back here. We gotta go.
How far can we go on the ice? Just then, police cars squealed onto the property. Ryan put his arms around me as the police handcuffed Mr. Crabapple.
We're gonna be okay, Melody.
Everything was fine, and the police did their investigation. And at school, Amy avoided me like the plague for a week, then finally came to apologize for what happened. You could have gotten me into real trouble by telling the police about me, but you didn't. Why, Amy? Why did you do this? The thing is, Ryan and I used to date, but I wasn't over him at all. And then I saw him scribbling your name and poring over your newspaper articles, and it just drove me mad.
So, you took me there on purpose?
No, I had no idea about that eerie house, but I could have helped you out of the basement when I left you there on purpose, so that you would know that it wasn't your place to just take him. I thought it wasn't over between us, but it is, and I realized he only likes you a lot. I wish you would forgive me and we could still be friends. I have forgiven you, but I'm not sure about being friends again. Well, I volunteered at the shelter to help place every last puppy. I also wrote a gripping story for the newspaper about our ex-principal. It was the talk of the town, and I got famous too, only because I stayed true to who I was, even if it made me different from everyone else. Oh, and me and Ryan, we're still going strong. I can beat him at pool now, and we recently went out on a date with our cutie. Hey beautiful people, I'm Taylor from Beverly Hills. Please like and subscribe. In a world obsessed with looks, I've always reveled in the glamorous world of beauty pageants. Mom got me started the moment I could walk, and with beauty, grace, and a bit of humor, I won every time. Even as a toddler, Mom gave me facials and painted my nails. She'd even squeeze my nose to keep its cute button shape. Ow, Mom! You're leaning too far forward, honey. Shoulders back and head held high. See these perfect dimples? Honey, suck in your cheeks like a vacuum cleaner, so you'll have perfect dimples. She'd do anything to ensure I kept my sweet features that won all the pageants. It was all about being perfect. Walk perfect, smile perfect, sleep perfect, 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 perfect. And those fancy gowns I'd don on stage, 2 sizes too small. I'd have to wear shapewear to keep a perfect waist when I was only a teenager. Even in school, everyone looked up to me thinking I was perfect. I took pride in making people feel seen and appreciated. And I also tried to be a good friend
friend and mentor. Once, I even fished a phone out of the school toilet for my best friend, Renee. Did you just? Let's not mention this to anyone, okay? I don't want people to know I stick my hands in public toilets. You're so perfect, Taylor. I wish I could be like you. Yeah, but she didn't know that along with perfection comes stress. I couldn't chew gum, gossip, laugh like a hyena, or dress funky. And I felt the stress growing every day. When I turned 17, I had had enough. So I finally told my mom how unhappy I was with beauty pageants.
You don't want to do this anymore?
I need a break, Mom. And let's be honest, the pageant world needs a break from me after my last epic faceplant on stage.
I never thought I'd see the day. Well, we can always find a new outlet for you. How about synchronized swimming with inflatable flamingos? Or maybe ballroom dancing? Singing?
All this hardly leaves me time for normal teenage things. I want to live a happy life. She didn't understand, and for the next few days, she hardly talked to me. But I still tried.
Mom, what do you think of this Eras Tour outfit? You think it's Tay-Swift approved?
Huh?
Whatever you like.
We'd always been close, but I think I broke her dreams with my pageant withdrawal. School wasn't any better. Whispers about my huge loss at the pageant ran through the halls. I had to pick my head up and put on my it girl facade. As if that wasn't enough, a few days later, rumors echoed through the hall that Liam Bennett returned. They expelled Liam from school when we were kids for being a bully. And guess who he liked to pick on the most? Me. He was relentless, making me the butt of his jokes and playing horrible pranks on me until I'd cry. And now he was here, older and hotter, staring at me from across the hall. Ew, did I just say hotter? Anyway, I did what I could to avoid him until 5th period, when he sat next to me in class with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh great, it's the prodigal bully, Liam Bennett. What'd you do? Pay the school to bring you back?
Aw, come on, Taylor. You've got to admit, my pranks were legendary, but I'm a changed man now. No more pranks.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Whatever, beauty queen. Don't be surprised, but I just want to see a smile on that pretty face of yours.
Did he just call me pretty? Ew. Really, the day you make me smile, I'll personally crown you king of comedy. I just wanted him to buzz off and stay out of my life. And with all the hostility built up from his endless pranks as a kid, there was no way the guy was gonna get me to crack. With pageant life behind me, I had time for dating. One weekend, I checked my online dating profile. Hey, don't judge. None of the guys in school fit the bill for Prince Charming. As I was browsing, I saw a message pop up.
Hey, beautiful. I came across your dating profile and thought we'd make a good match.
My heart swelled when I clicked on his profile, and he looked like a real-life Harry Styles, only more obtainable. I messaged him back, and we spent nights texting one another. My heart was full of hope that I'd finally found a guy who met all my requirements. You know, perfectly imperfect. He was the kind of guy who loved tacos, but didn't worry if his jeans didn't fit. Who was brave, but never afraid to admit that lizards made him quiver. Who loved sports, but never had the knack to catch the ball. And the more I got to know him, the more I fell for him. He knew how it felt to feel pressure from a parent and want to be your own person. It felt great to be understood. And a few weeks later, when I woke up, I finally got the message I was waiting for.
Hey, beautiful. I think we'd be a match made in heaven. How about I take you out for a day you'll never forget?
I wasn't gonna let this opportunity pass me by. A weekend away from Mom's melodrama was what I needed, and a date with a hot stranger sounded like the cure. Yeah, I chose this dress. Not perfect at all, but considering skipping makeup, no way. My dark circles would make Draven run for the hills, so I gotta keep it light. Draven showed up on a motorcycle, and I swear I saw Mom's eyes bug out of her head. He was so sweet to hand me a bouquet of... Are those flowers from our front yard?
Yeah, sorry. I had a nicer bouquet, but it got ruined on the back of my bike. It's a few neighborhoods back now.
He was even cuter in real life, and he smelled amazing.
You ready to be swept off your feet, beautiful?
I hopped onto his vintage ride, which was so old, I had my doubts about it even working. But the way he grabbed my arm and pulled me to him sent waves of warmth through my body. Oh no.
Hold on tight, Taylor.
Draven parked at the local fairgrounds and held my hand as he guided me through the crowds. He was so gentle. We ate all the greasy junk food and even played carnival games. Just as Draven turned to face me, the clouds rolled in with a huge storm. Everyone went running for cover, but he kept me there in the rain. Without warning, I kicked up a puddle, splashing him.
What was that for?
Are you afraid of a little rain? Care for a little dance party, Draven? I don't know what came over me, but I started dancing.
you've got some skills, Taylor. Where'd you learn to dance like that?
I've got years of dance skills under my belt, thanks to pageants. I felt so free, and Draven even joined in. He couldn't dance to save his soul, but he tried, and I had a blast showing him all the moves. I don't think I've ever laughed so much. After the rain cleared, he took me to a gazebo adorned with twinkling lights. There was a basket of fries waiting for us at the table. It was honestly adorable, and I was starving. He really opened up, talking about all the pressure he felt from his dad, and I related to everything he said, and he sounded sincere. But that wasn't all. He was hilarious.
You've got a little something on your face.
Oh my god, where?
Nope, still there. And maybe a little worse, but have no fear.
As my cheeks turned redder than the ketchup smeared all over my face, Draven took a glob from his plate and spread it under his nose like a ketchup mustache.
We'll really turn heads now.
I let out a belly laugh as we both helped each other clean the mess off our faces. After dinner, Draven was about to take me somewhere, and I was looking forward to it, but my mom called.
Taylor, I'm so sick. Can you come home and make me some soup, honey?
Ugh, my mom. I didn't listen to her, so now she comes up with this.
As far as I understand, she's worked hard doing 2 jobs and still took the time to make sure you looked your best for pageants. That's because she loved you a lot and wanted to give you the best future. I think you have to understand her too.
Draven was right, and he was so sweet about the whole thing and took me right home. When he dropped me off, he seemed hesitant to leave.
So, I guess this is the end of our date.
Thank you for a fun day, Draven.
I hate to say goodnight, but it's getting late. How about we end the night with a movie-worthy
Just then, Mom came to the door in her robe and a box of tissues.
What took you so long? I swear I'm dying, Taylor.
Mom, seriously? With the theatrics? I'll be right in. With Mom back inside, I grabbed Draven by his jacket. He leaned closer to me, but as I gazed into his deep eyes, I felt my breath catching my throat. Is that
Taylor?
Gotta go.
He sprinted off, and I stood there, confused at all the emotions rolling through me. Liam Bennett, you little jerk! He'd even disguised his voice. If he thinks he can prank me and make a fool out of me after all these years, he's got another thing coming. Knowing that Liam went out of his way to do this, I was fuming. But then I decided I'd go along with his plan and call him out when the time felt right. 2 can play at this game. I went back to school Monday. I was livid, but somehow I had fallen for him. And then I was thinking of my plan to knock him out.
If it isn't my favorite beauty queen.
Oh, please. Beauty pageants are so yesterday. I've moved on to dating hot guys.
Is that so?
He looked so proud of himself, pulling off his little stunt this weekend, but I had my own plans. I wish more guys were like Draven. He was perfect. It's like we were a match made in heaven.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Honestly, I've fallen in love with him. He's all I thought about all weekend.
In love?
Absolutely. Draven is a total dreamboat. He's picking me up after school today. Do you have a jacket I could borrow?
No.
Before Liam could stop me, I opened his locker where he had Draven's jacket and wig all ready to go. Time to use my acting skills. Is that Draven's jacket and wig? Liam's eyes bugged out as he tried to shove his locker door closed. I don't know what came over me, but I grabbed Liam by his shirt and shoved him into the locker. Tell me why you disguised yourself as Draven. Was this all some huge prank to embarrass me in front of the whole school? I knew the whole time, you moron. Liam didn't answer as a slow smirk crept up on his lips. And then he did the unthinkable. He kissed me in front of the entire school. And just when it ended...
Ow, what was that for?
As if that wasn't enough, school security came over and started pulling me away, threatening to expel me for abusing a classmate. Let me go! You've got the wrong troublemaker! I was angry and deceived and headed for the principal's office. I could picture Mom pulling me out of school and making me endure countless hours of beauty treatments as if I were preparing for a never-ending beauty pageant. My whole life would be one big show.
Hey, hold on a second. Let her go. This is all a big misunderstanding. Well, kind of.
Liam, what's going on here? I need you both to resolve whatever issue this is, or you'll both get detention.
I can explain everything.
Leave me alone long enough with this creep, and I'll have his face rearranged.
Miss Anderson, you are way out of line. It's okay. I deserve that. Come on, Taylor.
Liam took me by the arm, leading me out of the office and into an empty classroom to talk.
I know you're upset. Please, let me explain without rearranging my face or any other parts.
Oh, I'm sure this'll be good.
After they kicked me out of school a few years ago, my parents got me a mentor to help me turn my life around, and I really changed. The school gave me another chance on the condition that I don't pull any more pranks.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you're still making my life miserable.
It's not a prank, I swear.
Then explain, Draven.
I wanted to apologize to you, but you've been so hostile toward me, which you have every right to be. So, when I found out how sad you were feeling those days, and then I saw your dating profile online, I made up Draven.
You're sick, Liam, and you're not very good at disguising yourself. I knew the moment I looked deep into your eyes.
Really?
You're such a... I can't even say the words out loud.
I deserve that, but I wanted to make up for all the times I made you cry. I wanted to help you see the beautiful person you are on the inside, and I wanted to see you laugh, and Draven made you crack. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I wanted to be honest with you from the beginning, but the way you brushed me off made it impossible to get through to you. But Draven got through. He is me. We're one and the same.
I felt confused, upset, and heartbroken that I fell for my enemy, and it took me a whole month to cool down and let Liam's explanation absorb me. But maybe Liam isn't my enemy. When he came up with ridiculous ideas to try and win back my forgiveness, I just had to roll my eyes. One day, when I entered the classroom, he came in with a guitar and started singing like a dying cat. And then the strings were snapping one by one. It was all I could do not to burst out laughing. And gosh darn it, those sweet eyes were doing me in. But that doesn't excuse the fact that you lied to me.
You're right, I messed up. Seeing you sad broke my heart, and that's too much for me. Please.
I could kick myself for caving, but all I could think about was how happy and carefree he made me feel. I liked being myself and not living up to anyone's expectations. We'd have a long way to go, but I guess I could forgive him.
Do you think I could steal another kiss?
You have a lot of making up to do first.
What was that? A lot of making out?
A lot of making up! Hey, I'm Celine. But my dad calls me Cece. My parents were always super rich. They had it all. Huge mansions, fancy cars, even their own helicopter. Mom really believed in keeping away bad luck, so she did all the crazy, superstitious stuff, like avoiding the number 13 and hating black cats. The day I was born, though, Mom almost dropped me when the nurse handed me to her.
What is that? Look at her eyes. She's Satan. Get this devil away from me.
Well, yeah, my eyes were a little different than others. One was blue and the other was green. But for some reason, my stupid mom thought it was the devil and meant bad luck. Growing up, Mom never really cared about me. Once, when I was 4, I gave my mom an invitation to the party that our teacher was having to celebrate Mother's Day. And Mom said,
"To celebrate what? Giving birth to the devil? My life was way better before you. Your teacher is stupid and doesn't know what it's like to raise an enemy. Yes, you're my enemy. Just get lost."
I went crying and Dad hugged me and said he would attend the party himself. And we had a great time. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad got me a puppy and I was super happy. But the moment Mom saw her, she took her immediately.
"This puppy is mine. I need someone to make me feel like a mom since I don't see you as a daughter."
She kept the puppy for herself, but a week later, the puppy died. Mom went ballistic and said it was my fault. I got mad and threw my ball at her, but it hit the TV and broke it.
Oh, God, I told you, this girl is trouble for me. She's cursed.
When I was in the 7th grade, she started taking me to shamans to have my curse lifted. I was sick of her nonsense, so I decided to get back at Mom. Before the shaman could start her chants, I climbed on her table and went all Tarzan, screaming something in Latin. Mom got super scared and the shaman ran out of her own freaking house. It was hilarious. But Mom was more convinced than ever that I was evil. She even told my teachers at a parent-teacher meeting, and my classmates' parents told them not to sit with me. I was alone there. When I was in the 10th grade, my parents had set up a new office in LA, so they decided to move there for a couple of years. I was super excited because I wanted a fresh start at school where no one would call me a freak. So the first thing I did was get myself some cool blue contact lenses. LA was so big and lively. I loved it there. On my first day of school, I received a warm welcome and even compliments on my eyes. A couple of days later, I saw the poster for cheerleading auditions and I decided to try my luck. And to my amazement, I got in.
The captain of the cheerleading team, Tiffany, was super friendly to me. "I want you on the squad, girl." And just like that, I joined the group of the most popular girls in the school. I couldn't believe it. My life was getting better and better over the weeks. That is, until Tiffany offered to drive me home one day, and I happily said yes. But when we got home, we saw Mom outside, and she looked scary. She started calling out to me nonstop. I turned to Tiffany. "That's our maid, but Mom fired her because she's a thief. She keeps coming here like a crazy person. Ew." "It's okay, Tiffany. You can go now. I'll deal with her." Mwah, mwah. When Tiffany drove off, I walked to Mom. "What now, Mom?" "Did you say to your dad that you liked my new car?" "You did? That's why it got burned today. You useless, bad luck girl." "Mom, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Just leave me alone." I left her screaming and walked away. Just then, I bumped straight into a boy who was also running like crazy. He held my hand and said, "Run!" So I ran, as fast as I could. After a few minutes, I stopped him and I said, "Why are we running?" "Oh, from my crazy dad. He thinks I brought him bad luck, and he's furious now, and I just ran away. Oh, by the way, I'm your neighbor." "Oh, that's a lot of things we have in common. A crazy parent and the same neighborhood." "Oh, yeah, I know your mom. She is... Oh, wow, your eyes. They're so beautiful. I've never met someone with odd eyes before." And then it hit me. My lens must have fallen out. "Oh, geez, you don't have to be nice. I know I look like a freak." "What? No, you look unique." He then came close to me and gently kissed me on the cheek. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's our secret." I felt butterflies in my stomach hearing his words. And from that day on, Sean and I started to hang out in school too. I found out later that Sean was Tiffany's cousin. "Oh, you're hanging with the sexiest cousin I have. Lucky you." I'm also dating this hot college guy, and he's rich. It's not like I'm a gold digger, but I made sure he was rich. Tiffany was such a cool friend, and being with her and the cheerleading squad, I felt on top of the world. We were the queen bees, and I felt invincible. One day, we were in the bathroom fixing our makeup when a girl came in and walked towards a stall. But Tiffany stopped her. "Hey, weirdo, leave the bathroom. We're having a private talk here." But I really need to pee." Didn't you hear what I said? Go away." "Hey, Cece, was I clear enough?" Yes. She said leave. Why are you still here?" Because I need to go to the bathroom?" "No, she said leave." I tried to drag her away, but I forgot that I was still holding the eyeliner in my hand, and I accidentally poked her shoulder with it. She pushed me away, and I pushed her back hard, and she fell on the ground. She held her arm and screamed in pain. Tiffany and I freaked out and ran away. The girl later complained about us, and Tiffany and I were called into the principal's office. To make matters worse, Dad was there. He was so disappointed. "You weren't letting that poor girl go to the bathroom? This isn't how I raised you, Cece. A bully? Who are you?" His words made me realize what I'd done. I had tears in my eyes, and the way Dad looked at me broke my heart. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. "Oh, cut it out, Cece." I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. "What? Oh my God, you started it, you lying jerk." All of a sudden, Tiffany pounced on me and pulled hard at my hair. She was suspended for a week and then removed from the cheerleading squad. I felt guilty and went to the girl to apologize. Luckily, she forgave me. A few days later, we were invited to the school quarterback Ashton's birthday party, and Sean and I danced like crazy. Feeling sweaty, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and just as I looked up in the mirror, Tiffany came and shoved my face in the sink. "You two-faced witch." I screamed and pushed her away, making her fall on her butt. "Are you crazy or what?" But when I turned, I noticed she was looking at me like I had a pair of horns on my head. OMG, so this is what they were talking about. You hit it well. While I was suspended, I dug up information on your previous school and talked to some people. Turns out you were quite popular for being bad luck. OMG, my lens, they must have fallen out in the sink. Okay, so here's the deal. Leave Sean and I'll keep your secret. He already knows which, and you have a boyfriend. Why can't a girl have two? He's your cousin. So what?
and he knows about the weird eyes, but the rest don't. I talked to your old classmates, and they all think you're a freak. It won't be much different here, trust me. I had no choice but to agree. I didn't want things to be like they were at my old school. After that, I quietly left the party. Sean kept calling me on my cell phone, but I didn't pick up. The next couple of weeks were awkward. Sean tried everything to talk to me. He was constantly following me and asking if he'd done anything wrong. I told him to just leave me alone. To convince him that I wasn't into him, I kissed Ashton one day when I knew Sean was watching us. Sean looked defeated. I knew his heart was broken, but so was I. Tiffany was by his side and held his hand with a wicked smirk on her face. I hated her. The very next day, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Tiffany suddenly came and knocked my sandwich out of my hand and then squished it with her foot. I just heard. You were made head of the cheerleading team. I think you should turn down the position. Don't you agree? 'Cause otherwise, you know what happens. OMG! Now she was blackmailing me to leave the squad? That was it. I was done with that bully. I stood up and shoved her away. What will you do if I don't? Tell everyone my secret? Wait, let me help you. And then I climbed onto the cafeteria table. May I have your attention, please? I want to tell something about myself that I've been hiding from all of you. And then I removed my blue lens and threw them at Tiffany. Yup, I've got odd eyes. I'm freaky. Want to come and take a closer look? Go ahead. But the reaction from my schoolmates was not what I expected at all. OMG. I always wanted to see someone with odd eyes. Cece, that's so awesome. It just makes you look 10 times cooler. Everyone complimented my eyes. I was the center of attention, and Tiffany was screaming with anger as she left the cafeteria. But all I could think about was Sean. I searched for him everywhere, and when I found him, I immediately hugged him and started crying. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Sean. I was so stupid and foolish that I let Tiffany blackmail me into driving you away. But it's only because all my life, my mom and other people have made me feel like a freak. Hey, don't cry. It's all right. I told you before, you're not a freak. Cece, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met. And then it happened. I looked up at him and he kissed me. I was back to going around with Sean now, and Tiffany looked crazier than ever. A few days later, we had a soccer match in school. Right at the end of our cheerleading routine, we were in the pyramid position and I was on top when I felt something hit my head. I lost my balance and was about to hit the ground, but the other cheerleaders caught me just in time, and they started screaming. OMG, it was Tiffany! Yeah, I saw her throwing a stone.
She's a psycho!
I knew Tiffany hated me, but this was next level psycho. Like a raging bull, I charged towards Tiffany and we both fell on the ground. You witch, why can't you just leave me alone? Leave you alone? Oh, I will destroy you, Cece. You became the cheerleading captain and you got Sean? No. Not on my watch. Sweetie, it's already done. The cheerleading squad had called the principal and Tiffany was expelled. When I got home from the game that day, Mom noticed I wasn't wearing my lens, and she flipped out. You've been going around like this? God knows what bad luck is going to come my way now. Go wear your lens. It makes me sick looking at you like this. You know what, Mom? Don't look at me. In fact, don't talk to me either. Just pretend I don't even exist. I'm just so sick of your stupid nonsense. All my life, you made me think I'm some kind of freak. But the only abnormal person I know is you. How dare you? Mom lifted her hand to slap me, but before she could, Dad caught her hand and pushed her away. Pack your bags and get out. What? Get out before I call the cops. You've hurt my daughter long enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Goodbye and good luck. Mom kicked and screamed, but Dad just threw her bags out. Then Dad hugged me. I love you, Cece, and I'm so proud of you. I love you too, Dad. And since then, our lives have been so much better.
Hi, my name is Raven, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were delighted with my lovely black hair.
She's our little raven-haired beauty. That's what we should call her, Raven.
My twin sister Megan was born minutes later with blonde hair just like Dad's.
No one ever believed we were twins because we did not look alike. In fact, we were complete opposites in every way. We had a farm and I loved our simple life and I never complained a day. But Megan constantly threw tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted, which was often. Once when I was 7, Mom got me a new pair of sneakers when she saw how worn out my old ones were. But when Megan saw them, she went bananas.
I want a pair of sneakers right now. The ones I'm wearing are ugly and useless. I told you I needed new shoes every 3 weeks. Do you understand that? You're such a brat, Megan. You have so many pairs already. You're such a brat. Me. I'm not talking to you. Mom, I need an answer.
We just bought you a new pair last month.
I knew it. You love her more than me.
She threw such a fit that Mom got her an expensive pair of shoes just to shut her up. Life at the farm was amazing, but we were always short of money. To help, Mom picked up a job as a seamstress in the city, and she was really good. Watching her work was magic to my eyes, and she agreed to train me too. I would finally be able to pitch in and help them get some extra money. By the time I was 16, I was so good at stitching that my parents got me my own sewing machine. Megan was so jealous. You won't get me the Gucci dress I wanted while you spoil her with expensive gifts? This is so unfair. Unlike you, I help Mom and Dad pay the bills, so either work or stop complaining. I hate my life. I deserve pretty things. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I will never come back. Seeing Mom's sad face, I felt awful. I had to do something that would make them both happy. I stayed up for 2 nights and made Megan an exact replica of the dress she wanted. It was perfect. When Megan saw it, she had no clue it was a fake. Oh, Mom, I love you. A week later, Dad announced that we were shifting to Houston. We had to sell the farm because of money issues and join his brother's business instead. I loved my life here and I hated the idea of moving, but Megan couldn't get out of there fast enough. Dad's brother was a rich businessman who lived in a huge house with his daughter Sasha. We met her on the first day at school and she seemed to be insanely popular. But to my surprise, everyone kept looking at me on my first day. I didn't know why, until several people came up to me and told me how pretty I was and how much they loved my black hair. Sasha was not happy. She came and slammed her locker shut next to mine, glaring at me. A word of advice? Don't let this attention get to your head. I'm the queen bee here. Good to know. I have to get to class now. I turned around and left, but a few steps later, Megan stopped me. What do you think you're doing? I know you think you're special, but don't get on Sasha's bad side. She's my ticket to popularity. Whatever, Meg. You do you, and I'll do me. That first month of school, Megan became a bigger pain in the butt because of Sasha. Megan copied everything Sasha did and blew up at our parents when they told her they couldn't afford her long list of demands. But things took a wild turn when a new boy, Dan, joined our class. All the girls were obsessed with him, including Megan. Apparently, he was a childhood friend of Sasha's, so Megan begged her to hook them up. Sasha obviously took advantage of the situation. She had Megan acting like her minion and doing stupid errands for her. One day, I saw Megan running around the cafeteria getting lunch for Sasha, and I just had to stop it. Megan, slow down! Wait! Ah! I suddenly tripped, and the entire tray flew and landed on Megan's head. She was covered in spaghetti. What is wrong with you, Raven? You did this on purpose! No need to scream like a farm girl, Megan. We have sensitive ears. Forget about it. And get yourself cleaned up. Dan will never take a chicken-smelling idiot on a date. Megan stomped off in embarrassment and I turned to Sasha. What is your deal? Stop treating her like she's your servant. She might not see through you, but I do. Really? Well, too bad I don't care about either of you. Tell Megan she can kiss Dan goodbye. What a witch! Later that day, I told Megan what Sasha had said, but she didn't believe me. Interesting, because Sasha just texted me that Dan wants to ask me out at lunch tomorrow. Go away, liar, and let me get my beauty sleep. The next morning, Megan took an hour to get ready, and she even bragged to everyone at lunch about it. But when the time came, Dan walked right past Megan and came straight to me.
Hey, Raven. I'm sure you already know why I'm here.
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought Sasha would have mentioned it. I told her I wanted to ask out her cousin. Any chance you're free tomorrow?
Oh, no.
I told Dan I was busy, but he looked so disappointed that I agreed to do a small meetup at the library later. And when I got home, Megan was furious. "I'm done living under your shadow when I'm clearly better than you. Dan was supposed to ask me out, not you. I had no control over that, and maybe if you were nicer, people might like you more. Oh, please. You just get handed everything while I have to work so hard to get people to notice me. Then stop pretending and just be yourself for once. I happen to like that person when she's not a crazy, spoiled witch." Megan gasped and ran to her room sobbing. I felt so bad for what I said, but I couldn't take this anymore. I met Dan the next day at the library and learned that we had one thing in common: our love of fashion. His mom owned a huge fashion house, and he knew everything there was to know about clothes. We decided to be friends, and I invited him to our birthday party. Maybe if he got to know Megan, he'd see how great she was. It was supposed to be a small party, but that evening, the doorbell just kept ringing. Soon, over 100 people were crammed into our small apartment, and I overheard some girls saying that Megan had invited the entire school. She wore the dress I'd made for her and bragged to everyone about how expensive it was. But she had no idea that it was a fake. OMG. Do you expect me to believe that this is genuine Gucci? Please. I turned around to see Sasha laughing at Megan. Of course it is. My mom bought it for me herself. Oh, sweetheart. I can smell a fake Gucci from a mile away. And this one stinks. Sasha went on blabbering about the materials, tags, everything. Suddenly, something came over Megan and she screamed. She grabbed the cake and shoved it right into Sasha's face. I am so sick of everyone thinking they're better than me. Sasha stood stunned for a moment, and then she attacked Megan. They screamed and wrestled like crazy while everyone stared in shock. I had to think quickly, so I grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed them until they stopped. Enough! This is not over. I hate you, Sasha, and I will never forgive you, Raven. Megan stormed off, and I couldn't believe my eyes. This was a whole new level of crazy. But the next morning, I forgot all of Megan's drama when I went downstairs and found out Dad was feeling really unwell. The next thing we knew, we were in the hospital with doctors telling us that he had a heart condition. He was out of danger, but he still needed care for the next few weeks. I helped Mom do house chores and take care of Dad, while Megan never even moved a finger, like always. Later that week, I was just getting back home after some errands when I saw Megan with Sasha coming out of a super expensive store and carrying shopping bags. And they seemed as close as ever, like the fight never happened. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when Sasha suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom. Hey, what? Just listen to me, okay? I'm worried about Megan. She's been really weird lately. Yesterday at the mall, we almost got busted because Megan stole an expensive top and threw a huge tantrum when she got caught. I had to pay for it. And she's been saying some really crazy things too. And why should I believe anything you say? All you've done is make things worse between me and Megan. Look, I know things that may shock you. Like that big scar on your stomach, I know about it. I was surprised Megan had mentioned it. It was a scar I got when I fell off my bicycle once as a kid. Okay. So Megan told you about it. Big deal. It was a dumb accident from when I was 7. That's not what she told me. It wasn't an accident. Megan said she messed up your brakes on purpose so you'd get hurt. I'm telling you, there's something very wrong with that girl. I just pushed her aside and walked out of there, but I felt a bit sick in my stomach. Could Megan really have done that? The next day, Dan came to visit me with some exciting news. His mom had seen a picture of the dress I'd made for Megan. She loved it and wanted to meet me.
She wants you to bring the dress and come for an interview at her company.
I was so excited. A job like this could really help us out, so I agreed immediately. I asked Megan if she could give me the dress, and she shot me the weirdest smirk as she fetched it from her cupboard. This dress? Just then, she grabbed a pair of scissors and ripped it apart. Megan, no! Oops, I slipped. She tossed the dress aside and walked off as I watched in horror. I called Dan and begged him to buy me another day so I could make a new dress, but he gave me an amazing idea.
Why don't you just add a few things to the same dress and make it edgy?
I did just that, and Dan's mom was stunned by my talent. She offered to take me along for the next Paris Fashion Week. She was all set to offer me a job afterwards too, and I was on top of the world. But just a day before my flight,
Dad felt sicker and I decided to cancel my trip.
No, Raven, you can't miss this. You have to go. I'll be fine, love.
I'm here, don't worry. The unpaid nurse. Go, go, live your dreams, princess. I wasn't too sure about leaving my parents alone with Megan, but they insisted. And Paris was a dream come true. I also got a chance to wear my design and people showered me with compliments. I still had 3 days left in Paris when one morning I got a frantic call from Mom.
I'm so sorry to ruin your trip, Raven, but we need you here. Megan ran away with all our money, and all I have is a note saying that she's chasing her dreams and never coming back.
This girl had gone completely off the rails. I left for home immediately. Thankfully, Dan's mom said I could start the job right away, and we had some money coming in so I could take care of things, especially Dad's treatment. And he made a full recovery in a few months. I worked really hard and designed some brilliant outfits, and within a year, Dan's mom was so happy with me that she relocated us to New York to run her store and offices there. Life was good, except for the fact that we couldn't stop wondering what had happened to Megan. One day, I was reading at a cafe and the waitress brought my order, and when I looked up, I was shocked to see it was Megan. She looked so different. Her hair was all messy and she'd lost weight. She stared back at me in shock. What are you doing here? What does it look like? I work here. I know you're some big shot designer now, so please don't rub it in my face. Wow, I see you haven't changed much. That's all you have to say to me? Typical. What else should I say, Megan? You're meeting me after so long and you don't feel a tiny bit of shame for hurting your sister, for robbing our parents, for breaking their hearts? You're still just as awful as ever. I got up and started walking away, but suddenly she grabbed my arm and started sobbing. No, please, wait. I made a lot of mistakes, and I was jealous and selfish, and I'm miserable now, Raven. I need you, please. I'll do anything. I'll be better, I promise. It has to be more than just empty words, and you need to earn my trust. I'll offer you a job on 2 conditions. You will start at the bottom and you'll work your way up, just like everyone else. And you'll get therapy. Got it? Yes. Good, then you can start tomorrow. Now come home. Mom and Dad miss you.